Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world, in the country, and all the other things that are going on. Maybe you're up in space in the ISS and watching this. You never know. It's possible. Rotating around the Earth and waving at us and going, oh, there's stuff going on down there. Right. We have got a reasonably packed day today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sessions, including one live from me. Where I'm going to be doing some, possibly looking at some code and some projects that have been written with Rad Studio and a few other things as well. I've got some live guests. I have Christoph Schneider, who's going to be in the studio later live. His first session is on today. Let me see if we've got any captions. No, probably need to come back to that. We'll talk about that in a moment. We've got a little bit of buffering between the screen time, so let's say hello to everybody, because that's what people like. Richard Dobkins, hello Richard. Richard's here frequently all the time. By the way, I'm just going to do this a bit. I picked my dog up whilst I was wearing my shirt. These shirts are great, they're very comfortable, and obviously got the company logo on, which is a great plus. But the only problem is it's like a magnet for dog hair. And I have 2 dogs, one of which has got cream or white hair, or long curly hair. It's an English cream retriever. And the other one's a little terrier, and he's grey haired, bless him. And his hairs show up terribly as well. Not that I have any hair coming off my head to worry about. So that problem's solved by Mother Nature as I got older. Who else have we got? With Nolan saying hi from Taipei. Hello, Nolan. And Paul Jackson, who is also here very frequently as well, saying hi. Patrick Prematan is confused and believes that I'm now his boss. Yes, I am. I'm boss level 7. But he's joking as well. Salut, Patrick, and thank you for joining us as ever. Patrick's later live with us as well. He's going to show us in our second session how to make games in Delphi. That's coming up in about an hour's time. Which is a very good session. He's such an excellent developer, and his session yesterday was very popular. Lots of people commented on it. Following that, we've got one boosting development in Delphi with GitHub Actions and ChatGPT by Yuri Bertoldi. Sorry, I'm looking over that way, but that's where my screen is at the moment. I normally move it here, so I'm looking at you on the camera. Paul says, is anyone else coding while watching? And this is quite a common thing, with the 4 or 5 hour stream, as you can imagine, people will go ahead and code in the background. Well done. I like the dedication to duty, and then catch the snippets of their go. I'm sure they mute it out whilst I'm talking or something to stop them getting distracted. But yeah, I mean, actually, quite a lot of people. Oscar's saying, yeah, I'm also coding and working while listening so that I can rewatch them later. Yes, you can if you go to the YouTube channel, our YouTube channel, which is Embarcadero Tech, at Embarcadero Tech. You can catch the replays there. As always, subscribe, like and subscribe. It's quite important if you do that, because then you will get your notifications. And as I've said multiple times, we won't know who you are who subscribes. We get a subscriber count. But if you click on like and subscribe on the YouTube channel and some of the other platforms like Instagram, Meta Live, X/Twitter Live, LinkedIn, we're going out to 11 different sources. So there's a whole bunch of people can like and subscribe us if they want to. And Paul Jackson says, yeah, I'm coding too. Everybody's coding so they can watch. And Knut is back from Lillehammer. We talked about that yesterday. Great place, a very exciting Olympic area. And also in Norway, which is absolutely stunningly beautiful country. Norway, very, very beautiful, very, very nice place to visit. I've not been there yet, by the way, but I have watched lots of travel documentaries and things like that, talking about how wonderful it is. All of the Nordic countries are really quite spectacular. I think that some of their geography and geology and stuff like that. And Terry said earlier on, good morning, it's almost that time. I see. You know what the weirdest thing was? I always start a little bit early behind the scenes to make sure everything's ready and that we've got all the videos in the right place. And what happened was, let me just make sure whilst I think about it, I cue something in. I went on and there were already tons of people in the chat chatting away, which is pretty crazy. All of you turn up early. You know what time we start, which is around about now, and then you get on to doing your thing and saying hi. Okay, so Juan says hi. And Patrick now is saying hi to everybody because Patrick lives in the comments. He is our little comment monster. And Stefan, hello Stefan. I'm now running in a thread in your brain, Stefan. Oh, I like that. I like the idea of being some kind of component of software. That is probably what will happen to me when I go away, because if Elon Musk is right and the whole world is a simulation, then I probably am actually just some kind of weird AI-driven robot, because there's plenty of people who believe that as well. It's quite weird. And Amilcar Doneles de Costa Leite. Oh, what a fantastic name. You know, some of these South American countries have multiple steps to their name, and it's really always quite astounding. Brazil has that as well. Lots of Brazilians have 3 or 4 names that they use, and it's quite fantastic. So greetings from Uruguay. Thanks so much, everybody. We're going to start this this day off with Firestore Cloud Database and Christoph Snyder, and then at 1 p.m., which is a few hours from now, so 3 hours from now, we can have a live block where I think I'm probably going to get in an MVP to have a chat with me about some of our favorite projects. And then the final session for the day will be adding logging to your application in 5 minutes by Juan Castillo. Which is quite funny because his video is 50 minutes long. so never say you can do it in 5 minutes and then your video is 50 minutes long. So yeah, I've had that happen to me multiple times. 2 minutes to do such and such, and then the video is an hour long and everyone says, oh, you said it takes 2 minutes. Well, the talking about it is important. Okay, well, thanks everybody for joining us. I'll see you in about, let me just see, 47 minutes. Because now we're going to go over to Christoph Schneider, and Christoph will be joining us after the video for a live chat.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my session about Firebase and the library FB4E. In this session, I would like to give you an introduction to the services of Firebase and show you how you can use Firebase databases and other Firebase services from Delphi application with my open source library FB4E. As first, I will start with an overview of Firebase and where you can get the FB4E library. Then I will show you how easy it is to install and use the pure source code library FB4E. As next, we will create a project in the Firebase console, and I will demonstrate the functionality by using the intro demo application, which is included in the project. So, let's start with the introduction about Firebase. But first, I would like to introduce myself briefly. I've been a software developer for 13 years. Today, I work as lead developer and software architect. I have experience from assembler to C, C++ to Delphi. I have been working as a freelancer since the 90s, mostly for medical technologies. I built systems for patient monitoring, and later I built laboratory machines for virus detection based on PCR for Roche Diagnostic. And I'm the author of the library FB4E. Let me start with an introduction to Firebase services. What is this cloud solution from Google all about? Firebase, as a collection of web services, is designed for mobile apps and web apps, but not for desktop application. Google offers a good SDK for Android, iOS and JavaScript for web. The tools covers the entire development life cycle for application development. I only focus on building applications. Firebase Auth for the authentication of users is the first service I will explain in detail. Firestore is similar to MongoDB because both uses a documented-oriented data model. But the database Couchbase Lite is even more similar to Firestore, but for local installation only. With cloud storage, you can build your own Dropbox system, for example, to deploy new releases. Cloud functions are server-side functions that are written in JavaScript or TypeScript and can be called from client applications. The ML-Kit offers server-side functions and client-side functions based on the TensorFlow Lite library. FB4D offers an interface to the server-side ML Vision function. Next, I would like to show you briefly with 2 slides where my FB4D library can be obtained from. FB4D stands for Firebase for Delphi and is hosted on GitHub. I know that writing code alone is not enough. That is why I created a detailed wiki and I also maintain a discussion forum. If you like the library, please give a star to increase the range of visibility. You can also get the FB4D library from Gedit, but most of the time there is not the last version on Gedit because Embarcadero has not yet built in an automatic system for update the libraries from GitHub. With the exception of hosting, FB4D supports all Firebase built services. Of course, not all functions are available as with the original SDK, but this is my goal. I'm currently working on the integration of Gemini AI, which brings strong NLP functionality. I will demonstrate this future interface at the Econ 28 in November in Düsseldorf, in Germany. The library uses Firebase REST API internally and builds on long-running HTTP calls to be informed about database changes without the need for polling the database. It is a cross-platform library which supports all frameworks and platforms of Delphi. It is suitable for GUI applications as background threads and services. Use the correct call method, synchronous for threads and asynchronous with callback routines for GUI forms. There is a separate interface for each service provided. I have built a class factory that offers an easy access. The integration of the library is trivial. You only need to include the source folder in the project and set a compiler condition. So, enough theory. Let me start with the first Firebase service. The Firebase User Authentication. Here in this folder I have already downloaded the FB4D project from GitHub by using my favorite tool Tortoise for Git. Now let's go into the subfolder for the sample projects and let's open the FB4D sample group within Delphi. I recommend to do your first steps with the sample application demo 4D. I will show you with a short overview the rest of the application later. This cross-platform application provides a good starting point for getting started with Firebase. During the preparation of this session, I have tidied up and revised this important application. The main form of this application now contains a separate frame for all Firebase services. These frames are placed in tabs in the main form. This helps to keep a better overview than in the past, because the last version of this form has contained 3,000 lines of code. The application also includes all source files of FB4E directly into the project. This helps to inspect the source files of FB4E and get fastly familiar with this project. When you start the application for the first time, you must first enter a project ID and the web API key of your Firebase project. Later on, this information is saved in an INI file and you don't need to re-enter this basic data every time when you start the application. You will also not show this detail until you press the button Firebase Project Settings. But first we need to set up our own Firebase project in the Firebase console. For this purpose, I have added two link labels. With the one on the left side, you can directly open the Firebase console in your browser, while the one on the right side is depending on the selected tab and opens the Firebase console for this service in your browser. But now let's start the application for the first time. In the caption, you see the version of FB4E library. So let's open the Firebase console in the browser and we will create a new Firebase project for this demonstration. I have already two active projects linked to this Google account, so I had to blur the details for this video. Let's create a new project step by step with this wizard. I will call the project CodeRage 24. We don't need to enable Google Analytics. So the project is now ready. Let's go into the project settings. This is the project ID which we need, but the web API key is still not existing here. For this purpose, we need to add authentication services. Let's start with the authentication services. Here you see the methods for authentication, which is supplied by Firebase. We use email as primarily. Then we add also anonymous. All the other providers like Google, Facebook, Twitter or X and others, GitHub, are currently not supported by FB4E. Now let's go back to the project settings and you can see where we have already the web API key. I can copy now the project ID and paste this ID into the corresponding field into the demo app. And I do the same for the web API key. Before I explain the details of the authorization, I will restart the demo app. After this restart, the Firebase project settings are collapsed now. Now let's start using the authorization service. First, we need to create a user. In contrast to a classic desktop application, as we know it from the past when using SQL databases, in the new mobile world, the user is usually created by self-registration. On the other hand, it's also possible to create a user in a classical way by the administrator. However, I need to use the button Sign Up New User to do this. Therefore, I enter an email and a secret password. In terms of secret password, this password is written in plain text in the ini file in this demo application. Please never do this in a real application. Customer password should not be saved, neither encrypted nor unencrypted. So I enter here a fictitious email address and a password for testing. Then I press the sign up button and we see the new created user. Before I will explain all this detail, I show you the new user created in the Firebase console. Here, this is the user ID. Sign up not only creates the user, but also logs them in. Here you see the user is newly created. But the email is not verified yet. If you would like to have a verified email address, you can instruct the authorization service to send an email with a verification link to the user's email address. Next time you log in, this flag will be changed. Here we see the current user security token for the created user ID, which is later sent to other Firebase services as an authorization bearer in the HTTP header, in order to get access with the user ID. Each generated token has an expiry time after which a token is no longer valid. Fortunately, the FB4D library automatically renews the token when it expires. To do this, it automatically sends the refresh token to the authorization service and retrieves a new token. Before I show the next important function, the login of a user, I restart the demo application. And you see the previous created user is stored in the ini file for you. So I press now the login button. And here we get a new token with a new expiration date, with a new refresh token, and all the details. I do not like to explain all the details with the GVT claims. I refer to the wiki of the project to read all these details. Here you are able to change a display name, the email address, to set a new password, to set a photo URL for an avatar. But all these functions are not that important that I will show you. Here you can also delete a user which is logged in. But with this function you cannot delete a user from another user. It's only possible to delete a user which has signed in by themselves before. Before I show you the code behind the functions, I would like to point out another new function that I added last week. The logo in the top right corner is not only nice, but a click on it opens the browser with the project wiki on GitHub. When the project settings are expanded, the getting started description for this demo application is displayed. In all other cases, the wiki reference page of the current tab is shown. So here we see this is the constructor to get an Firebase authentication interface. This is the function sign up with email and password as in the synchronous variant. And there is also an asynchronous version of this function. So let's show that. First, I close the running application. Then we move to the frame of the authentication service. And I show here the function sign up with email and password. Before we can use this function, I have here check and creation of this authentication class. It is here we create the class and we assign it to an interface in order that we don't have to free that interface at the end. Let's jump back to our function, because here we have with the asynchronous method two callbacks. One is the positive response, one is the error situation. Here on user response we are properly signed in, and we have here in this circumstance created a new user. In the display user method, the details of the newly created user are displayed, for which we have received an Firebase user interface. First, we show the user ID, UID, and then we have several flags which we interpret here. That's all for the moment. At this point, I would like to point out another feature of FP4E in connection with the authentication service. Since the self-registration of users is a frequently used workflow in mobile applications and can also be used by desktop applications, I have created a frame for this workflow as a reusable GUI pattern. This application uses this frame from the GUI pattern folder. Unfortunately, there is not enough time to explain the details of this workflow in detail, but I would like to refer you to the wiki, which explains everything well. Here there is a description of this self-registration workflow. This diagram shows what happens in detail. It checks first if the user is already registered. If yes, we log in. If no, we sign up. And there are a lot of different options which is considered in this functionality. So this is all what I can show for the authentication service. The startup company Firebase Incorporation launched the real-time database in 2011 and was acquired by Google in October 2014. Under the new management, the second database, Firestore, was developed which works better with structured data. Today, however, both cloud databases have their advantage and disadvantage. The real-time database stores its data in a large JSON object. It's ideal for many read access with fewer write and change accesses. The data is not stored in a highly structured manner. The database is suitable for small data volumes. The Firestore database, on the other hand, stores data in documents in hierarchically structured collections. It's suitable for high frequent read access and few write access and for infrequent changes. It offers limited query functionality and also write and read transactions. As a distributed database, it scales optimally and grows with the number of users. In contrast to the NoSQL database, the benefits of classical SQL databases are still there. It is suited better for ACID, which also be shown here. The keyword ACID means atomic consistency, isolation and durability. On the other hand, it's more difficult for SQL database to increase the number of accesses by users, as is usually the case with cloud application with a growing number of users. It's always important to use the right tool for its purpose. The real-time database is ideal for chats and games, but also for simple real-time collaboration tools. This database is also suitable for rapidly changing measurements values for production systems. Firestore, on the other hand, is more suitable for e-commerce applications that requires real-time changes for the inventory. Even complex network applications such as a Slack or a document editor or project management systems can be built with this database. It also seems important to me to point out that complex database applications such as an ERP or a CRM, but also banking system, are still better solved with SQL databases. The real-time database has its own JSON object as a setting, where access rule can be defined per node. Read and write rights can be defined differently. Validation rules can be written to ensure a minimal data structure. Individual fields can be indexed for faster search and sorting access. Enough the theory. Let me start with setup the real-time database. First, I start the demo application again and sign in with the previously created user. Then I change to the type of the real-time database and I open the Firebase console in my browser for setup the real-time database. At this point, Google asks me if I'm sure I need the real-time database because they are trying to redirect more users to the newer database. Nevertheless, I start the creation with a real database. Here I can select where my database should be physically stored. Another question clarifies which access rules I want to start with. To avoid having to deal with the complex access rules right from the start, I leave access open for 13 days. But it's clear that such a setting would be a security risk for a productive database. Now the database has been created and I still have to copy the database link for my demo application. I will enter this here. The first thing I want to do is write the value into the database. To do this, I choose the put method. I write the no-name first value and the test data. I add that to the node and I use the put node asynchronous method. Now I would like to view the result in the console. Here we see the value. Yet I can show the functionality of the get asynchronous method. Here we see we get this value. Normally we don't write the node directly into the root, but we use a pass. For the second attempt. Here we see the second value. If we only want to write a part of a node, we need the method patch. So I switch to the patch type and add a third value name pair by calling the put method in the asynchronous version. Let's see the result. To understand the patch operation better, I will repeat the put. So you see the third value is removed again. As next, I would like to show you another write operation which is also very useful. It is the post operation. It creates a new node with a random ID. I use the asynchronous variant and we check the result. Here you see we have this automatically created ID and here a value, and I do it once more with another data. So you see we have different IDs for different data. The delete function is easy to understand. That is how quickly a node can be removed again. The entire test pass is deleted. Finally, I will show you the database listener. A listener is installed with the start button for the current database pass. I can install several listeners running in parallel for different paths. With the previous shown operation, I'm able to create new nodes. I do that a second time. And here in this line, you see the reported changes in the database. We will inspect that. And we will check what we get. Here, same. And I can stop the listener again. I have to select it from the list and stop it. On server variables, there is only one functionality, get server timestamp, which informs me about the current timestamp of the server. That's all functionality for the real-time database. Now I will explain some theoretical aspects of the Firestore database. One Firebase project can contain more than one Firestore database. The documents contain JSON object with a set of predefined data types. Each document can contain a different structure. There is typically no scheme, but rules can be defined. On the other side, often the documents of a collection has the same structure, or at least main elements are the same and optional elements are only contained in some documents. Document IDs are typically randomly generated character strings of a size of 20 characters. Attention! Field order in the document is not defined and varies between each read. This doesn't matter if you use the method of FP4D to get the fields. This is an example of a Firestore database for an online bookstore. In the collection Books, we have a list of documents describing a book. To limit the number of read accesses for the master view, it would be better to integrate an abstract out of the preview document directly into the book document, and also the last 3 reviews. This leads me to inform about the paradigm shift in NoSQL database. Redundancies are no longer avoidable and are tolerated. For this purpose, the structure should be set up in such a way that fast and few readings are sufficient to save costs. So let me create our first Firestore database in the console. For this purpose, I change to the Firestore tab and open the Firebase console for the Firestore. Here I create a new database. I can select again the location. I set up the starting rules for the access. This is our new database with the name default. Let's go back and let the database ID empty for the default database. I set up a collection test call and create the document. And let's inspect this new document. Here it's empty. This is the document ID, which we also find here. So I insert a simple document by choosing this combo box and back, and we have a document with one test field with this simple text.
There are 2 ways to read or write the content of a document. Either by accessing fields via the JSON object of the document, taking into account the data structure. This older approach is still used in the demo application. Here we see the field of a type string being written to the document of a simple document. And here we see a real document with a much complexer structure. However, there is a newer, simpler way with a document to Delphi object wrapper that simplifies access by using the TTI. Only one class needs to be derived from the Firestore document. This approach is shown in the sample application fs object to doc test. This is the class which is derived from the Firestore document. Here is the class for writing. The document is created with the save object to document method. For reading, we need the load object from document. It's more simple than the first, older approach.
As next, we can patch this document and add a second field. As next, I can demonstrate to get this document. This is the result of get. And we can also delete again this document. For the next example, I choose here a complex document, which creates me a document with all field types. You see, we have a simple real field, a reference field to another node, an integer field, a string field, a geolocation point, an array of 4 with strings, and the fourth is a map. The map contains another map with a time, with a string, with a boolean, with a double, with a string, with a geo point, with a null. How does this look? Here in the console. This is our array. This is a bool. Here we have a bytes as a blob. Perhaps I can show that a little bit better. A string, a subarray, time, another submap. Here we have a null. We have real, we have a reference, we have strings. And even as explained, if I use get once more, the order of the fields are randomly. Before I can show you the query, I will delete again this document and clear the log and check the results in the console. As next, I would like to demonstrate the run query. For this purpose, I need to create at least 5 documents with a test int field which is randomly created. This is our first. Next document. Here we have the 70. Let's do it faster. So we should have now 5 documents. Let's check that. I remove the document and I make a get. Then we see, okay, we have 6 documents, but so far that's fine. We go to query. We set a minimal value for the query. And you see here we get 3 documents if we have a filter for test int higher than 50. If we reduce this limit a little bit, less, so we have 4. We have 1 more. That is how the query is working. As next, I want to demonstrate the listener. I set it for the same collection as we have used before. So you see all our installed documents came back, and if I add a new one, the 99, you see we will get immediately this document back. I can stop it again, and here you see with this new icon that the listener is still running. Now it's stopped. Finally, I would talk briefly about transactions. There are two types, read transaction and write transaction. The first are used in case where we want to query multiple documents at the same time, while write transactions allow multiple documents to be written to the database atomically at the same time. Let's demonstrate the write transaction. For this purpose, I will create two new documents. And here you see that the document is not written yet into the database. I will create another, add it, and the database will be written into the database when I press the commit. That's all about write transactions. I have already created the storage in the Firebase console, and now I only need to add the bucket name into the demo app. First, I want to upload a photo to the store. For this purpose, I choose a photo from this year's Delphi Summit in Amsterdam. We check the result in the Firebase console and can see this photo is uploaded properly. And finally, we want to download the photo again. Download asynchronous. So you can see the photo is downloaded. Perhaps also important to know, there is no get directory function with which you can read the contents of the storage. That is why you have to write references to the files in the storage in one of the two databases in an application. That's all about the storage. Unfortunately, there is not enough time left in this session to show the other two services. I will just give you a brief overview. With the server-side functions, functions created in JavaScript or TypeScript can be started from a client application. This example shows a function from the unit test. With Vision ML, you can upload a photo from the storage, or you can upload an image in GIF or TIFF format, or even a PDF and analyze it with various functions and features. In addition to text recognition, this image processing system also offers object recognition, face recognition, landmark detection, and much more. To use this function, however, you need a paid subscription with a credit card. So I have to come to the end of my session. I would like to share a few general thoughts about writing open source. I started this library in a large customer project, and I had at that time a sponsor for the main development. I will be happy to help you with any questions or problems in getting to know this library. On the other hand, please understand that I cannot work for free on your project. If you need support, I'm happy to offer you consulting and collaboration in your project. And for cases where you have a commercial application with this library, think about the sponsoring, because this also secures your development investment. This is because the Firebase API is constantly being expanded and updated and require maintenance. And also for small application, don't forget to give the GitHub project a star if this library helps you.
Very good. That was excellent. That was Christoph Schneider, and he is with us live in the studio. Well, there you go. There was a little bit of a delay with the thing. Hi, Christoph. How are you doing?
Hi. Do you understand me?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. We can hear you absolutely fine. Yeah. So I thought it was funny that the when you showed the storing an image and then retrieving it, it was an image of Jim and I at the Delphi Summit dressed as Star Trek captains. That was that was
It was a very nice event.
Yeah. Oh, wow. It was so good. GDK's event was absolutely amazing. Yeah, really, really. And of course, I met you in Amsterdam as well. It was really great. I really liked that session. It was very interesting. Some of we had one particular. I'm going to guess it's a guy because their image has got a beard and stuff. I don't know, but I'm going to say a person from Facebook. And they asked a lot of questions. I did star some of them. So some of them are really long. So I'm going to put them up, and then we'll talk about their question in a minute, because it does actually have a good question. So this was their really long question. And they were just saying, oh, we're using it like tables and all the rest of it. And you actually answered this. So what was your comment on that? With regard to table methods.
I completely understand the question which he have and the view which he have, but keep in mention that the real-time database and also the Firestore are both NoSQL databases, and the SQL approach and also the dataset is not supporting the full functionality of any NoSQL database. That's, in my opinion, important to know. Both databases do not offer such structure of tables and records. Of course, we could simulate such structure also in a NoSQL database. But if I'm honest, I don't think that this is the right approach to use a NoSQL database. On the other hand, I understand the wish not to learn the new NoSQL database technique. But as I explained at the beginning of the Firestore part, there is another usage of NoSQL database. It's we are in a mobile world with hundreds of thousands of parallel listeners, and only one writer to the database. And for this approach, or for these requirements, the new NoSQL database are made. And so I think
your audio is cracking up a little bit, just FYI. So if you've got a lot of windows open, probably want to close one of the windows, but not the one that's on the broadcast. I understood what you were saying. You're basically saying, like, look, the question's a good question, and it makes sense because people, that's the way people are using. But these are NoSQL databases rather than SQL databases, and that dealing with a NoSQL data store, a document store, which is kind of what it is a different approach, and it doesn't make sense. And in fact, you did answer that as well in the chat, so that's why I'm putting them up there. Patrick, being the hero that he is, also put up links to your actual website. So as you mentioned in the video, Patrick is fantastic, isn't he? And again, we all met up in Amsterdam. And
we agree.
As you mentioned in the video, and it was an actually important thing you mentioned, which is whilst you're happy to do the open source components, which are there on GitHub, if they scan that QR code, it will take them directly to GitHub. There's a limit to what you'll do for free, and I think you're absolutely right to say that, because the trouble is a lot of open source projects end up doing tons of work. I know the Skier for Delphi guys have a lot of questions that they answer completely for free. And you're absolutely right to say you'll answer them, but there's, you should really be paying for some time, because you know, if it's a business using the components, they should be sponsoring the project. You know, it's not. I mean, Google apparently. You said Google. They just don't want to know. They're not going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, billions, trillions, maybe. Why can't they? You know.
That's an important question. Why Delphi is not sexy enough for Google? But yeah.
Well, we're doing our best. We're trying to make it, you know, we're trying to get it better. And we get, you know, the weird thing is we are having a lot of success because in this past year, in 2024, things have very much picked up. And I want the community to understand that, you know, things are picking up pretty noticeably, which is a good thing. And we are starting to turn the tide a bit. The biggest problem, and I've said this before to a lot of people, Delphi is very good at just working. You write a program and it just works and it keeps working and it doesn't go wrong. You upgrade Windows, you install a new version of Python, .NET gets reinstalled, and the Delphi app keeps working. And the trouble with that is people don't notice that the app is not working, and so they forget. They go, "Oh, I don't know anything that's written in Delphi." I'm going to do a session on all the projects that are written in Delphi because there are lots that people don't know about. Big ones, big like thousands, hundreds of thousands of users. It's not that it's not used; it's just that it's used and it works. So people don't, you know, you don't have 400,000 people saying, "Oh, Delphi's rubbish because it doesn't work." So, yeah, and this was his other thing as well, which is your GitHub thing. On your GitHub site, I want to mention as well, I liked the fact that when I went there, you've got a D-unit subfolder.
Yeah.
And you've got loads of unit tests in there.
Of course.
Yeah. So you say
professional project, this is a minimal requirement.
Right. See, there you go. I like that. I like that attitude. Is a minimal requirement. Yeah, and I mean, so I think anybody who's learning to code, if they go to that GitHub project and go in the D unit folder, you'll see a bunch of unit tests there which show how unit testing should work. It's a very clear piece of code that you've written there and clear examples on what it does. So, you know, your code is excellent anyway, but the tests as well are very clear. I like that. Good job.
Just one point about my unit tests. Of course, you can see the code and you can learn from this unit test code. But what I don't share is the project settings of my test database.
Of course, yeah.
Misusing. So not everybody is able.
Yeah, suddenly you'll be paying for some massive project and you'll go to look at your credit card and you're like, hey, how many noughts? I didn't know I could go that far.
But
we're running a little bit.
I guarantee that every official release is tested with my unit test. That is what I.
That's excellent. And can I just say, we didn't have a lot of questions, but we have had quite a lot of love for what you've shown. Boo has there as 2 thumbs up, which I'm pretty certain means that that's a good thing. And also Stefan, who in himself is a very good developer. You know, he knows what he's talking about. Very nice and very good documentation, great work. So, you know, you get some love from people here who understand the quality of what you're writing as well. So, and actually Pete Rios as well has also said, good job, thank you as well. Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately, we have to go to the next session, Christoph, but thanks for sticking around and thanks for the effort you put in. I know these videos take a lot of time, and you in particular, one of these people that go the extra mile to make sure, oh, I did something wrong there. I just want to correct that. And I mean, Martha and I just go crazy. Oh, hi, I've got your video. But I'd rather you did that and get it right than the video's wrong. So,
but I have the handicap. I'm not native speaker, so.
Well, you know, people would argue that
slow. I have to condense my.
It's fine. You did an excellent job. You're very clear. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Christoph. All right, and we'll see Christoph another time. Not in this session, but I'm sure I'll see you around in some conference anyway. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Christoph. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I am just going to get ready for the next session. And how long's his video? Oh, okay, all right. There's a little bit of a gap, so luckily I've overrun a bit, but I'm not. So. And this is a session that someone has already said that they're patiently waiting to see, and it is from my friend and everybody else's, Patrick Prematin, and it is how to make games in Delphi. See you here. Oh, and he'll be live for chat as well. Of course, he's live in the chat, but he'll be live talking to me later, I think. Yeah. Okay. See you soon.
Make Games in Delphi, edition 2024, getting started. Hi, I'm Patrick Premartin, MVP Embarcadero, writer, editor, freelance developer, and trainer. I also do streams on Twitch. You have a link to my bio and the contact information on vassure.fr/gravatar. Agenda. Introduction, why code a game in Delphi, why a FireMonkey project, why use Skia and Skia for Delphi, what's in the Delphi Game Engine project, a starter kit for game coding, find examples and alternatives to the starter kit. Conclusion and of course some question and answer if we have time. Many developers started out as autodidacts before going on to study or launch their professional careers. Playing and creating games has always been more of a dream than developing a spreadsheet. Creating video games is a way of learning programming and improving skills even after years of experience. For me, creating video games, big or small, is as much a pleasure as it is a thought-provoking exercise that needs to be repeated regularly to get the neurons working. It can be headache-inducing, but there is great satisfaction in the end. There is always something new to do, far removed from the sometimes demotivating routine of website or business software development. When developing video games, you have to ask yourself questions about data security, program optimization and speed, memory management, interaction with users, players, user experience and interface. Why code a game in Delphi? The Pascal language and Object Pascal make it possible to do everything and everywhere. Delphi is a great set of development tools, compilers, libraries and developer resources. Coding with Delphi means being able to reach a maximum numbers of users without really worrying about where they are. Windows and emulators, macOS, iOS, iPadOS, Android, Linux and even the web. By design, since its first version, Delphi has offered a RAD, Rapid Application Development Environment, with a form designer for screen design and a synchronized code editor for typing. Why not take advantage of this tool, available in both the paid and community edition to make your own games? Why a FireMonkey project? We currently have 3 universes for creating projects with a user interface: VCL for Windows only, FireMonkey for Windows, macOS, iOS, Android and Linux, web solutions like TMS WebCore, IntraWeb or UniGUI. TMS WebCore is the only one who is available for game coding. The choice of FireMonkey and cross-platform is a natural one. FireMonkey is a framework of visual and non-visual components. Visual components are drawn from styles. The framework provides graphical elements, vector elements, effects, animations, and access to APIs for targeted platforms. As long as we have developed our screens with size diversity in mind and coded asynchronously, we are really in the I code once, I compile everywhere business. Skia for Delphi is an open source project based on the Skia library, available on GitHub, Getit, and now pre-installed in Delphi 12 Athens. From the point of view of classic software developers, Skia and Skia for Delphi brings speed gains and improved user interface design quality. From a video games developer's point of view, SCA offers a gain in speed and a few responsive graphics routines for drawing directly onto the canvas. And frankly, how can you resist vector graphics when you have got 4K screens or smartphone to target with the same quality? What's in the Delphi Game Engine project? In 40 years of programming, I've made a lot of things and a lot of little games for fun, distributed or lost forever, available as listing or storage media in formats that are unreadable these days. For the past 10 years, I've been a regular participant in game jams. Challenge to code games on a theme or a technology in a limited time. And now I'm doing it live on Twitch. Programming video games in Delphi without a game engine is handy for the code part, but less so for certain things, sound, support for game controllers. As I stream video games on Twitch, I try to reuse things and not to reinvent the wheel every time. Reinventing the wheel can be fun, but it takes time, and time in the game jam is limited. So I did what every good programmer should do. Build up a library of reusable tools around game design. This project is the Delphi Game Engine, which is not a game engine but a set of things based on the VCL or FireMonkey as an engine. In this library, you'll find support for background music and sound effects, game controller support and detection, a help bar for contextual display of available actions and additional components, score management and archiving, a class for manipulating conventional button types and non-conventional drawing type, keyboard and gamepad controls. Delphi Game Engine is open source. You can find it on GitHub at the address shown on your screen. You have examples in the repository, and you have more examples around game development in Delphi FMX Game Snippets project. Of course, I use Delphi Game Engine in my video games. Its features evolve according to my needs and what I see in other games. You can download my video games from gamewolf.fr website. Some have their code open on GitHub. They are listed at github.com developer pascal /devpass -games-pack repository. I also use Delphi Game Engine outside video games, for example for the unit that handles background music. This unit is used for the ZigPlay MP3 player available at zigplay.allsoftware.fr. Why reinvent the wheel when you have got something solid and reusable at your disposal? If you're interested in using less conventional peripherals, game controllers, connected device, remote controls, smartphone or tablets, to help you use your software, take a look at the current and future examples around UI elements. It might give you some ideas and tick a few accessibility boxes for your creations. Making games is also useful outside. A starter kit for game coding. A library to take care of common things is good, but it's still not enough. In game jams, you are on the clock, we have to be fast and efficient. We are up against developers using Godot, GDevelop, Construct, Unity, Unreal Engine, GameMaker, and a whole host of other tools designed to make games with minimal coding. Each time we have to decide whether to use cards, frames, or layout to create our screens or scenes, and each time we have to recode their sequence, the game loop, interface elements, game data storage, etc. It takes time and we don't have any. Outside game jams, this is less of a problem, but we might as well concentrate on what is interesting, the game mechanics, rather than the usual series of screens. Welcome, game, endgame, game over, score, credits, settings, etc. and their sequence. This problem has been on my mind for a long time. I dealt with it in a light version during train journeys at a time when I traveled a lot. In the end, it was only used once, for the PerPix video game available at perpix.gamolf.fr. It was high time to move on the next stage, creating a starter kit that could be reused not only by me, but also by you, experienced or inexperienced developers. Just for you and the rest of the universe, here is the Gamolf FMX Game Starter Kit. You'll find at a repository on GitHub. It's a FireMonkey project containing everything you need to avoid wasting time on features common to all video games. The project will evolve according to needs and requests. If you use it, let me know and share your impressions. Documentation, video, and lot of demos are planned around this Delphi game development kit. My next game will be developed from here. Fine examples. The Gamolf FMX Game Starter Kit project is both a customizable project template and an ugly but functional example of how to use it. Open it, see how it works, read the comments in the source code. You will also find examples developed for this presentation on the code repository. My next games will use the starter kit. You will find them on GitHub, like the others one. If you're developing open source games using this kit, remember to use the keyword GFGSK for Gamolf FMX Game Starter Kit -game on code repositories. That will find them all. On GitHub, use the keywords Delphi, Delphi Game, and Game Source. It won't hurt the overall visibility of Delphi and your projects. Alternatives to the starter kit. There is plenty. Castle Game Engine, Apus Game Engine, Gorilla 3D, Teal Engine, etc. You have a list on Awesome Pascal repository from Frost Brutal. Gamolf FMX Game Starter Kit is designed for developers. You have got the basics, but there is no 2D or 3D engine to automate game mechanics, nor is there a plan to do this. You can use it to learn programming, the Pascal language, Object Pascal, and of course Delphi. If you prefer something more automatic and less coding-oriented, take a look at Castle Game Engine. Conclusion. Do you know the guy who talks about video games and how to make them but doesn't show anything? Not even a screenshot? Well, okay, a little demo. The quiz. The quiz is a quiz game with a questions generator. It shows the use of the starter kit as a Git module. The project is included in the presentation repository. This is the game. We have a play button, credit, and quit. At the bottom right, the keys available. I can move with the keyboard. Of course, I can use the mouse to click, and if I activate a game controller on my computer, I can use the D-pad, direction pad, to move the selection. You have the detected game controller on the top right, and the icons are moving, and now I can use it. It's easier with the keyboard for me. So let's start a game. Play with spacebar. Hard question. I suppose it's 0. Right button. Yes. Of course, I've added some music and sounds, but didn't record it for the demo. Oh, I lose. Thanks for playing. Okay, close. The credit scene is with a vertical scroll box, so I have to use the mouse. I didn't manage the scroll box with gamepad or keyboard for now. And of course, we can quit. Never use the main form. If you want to change things, you have to create scenes in the program. It's only there with a great warning to say don't touch me. If you want to update the starter kit in your games, don't change files from the starter kit. Just copy them or inherit from their classes. To understand how the game works, I have to show you 3 things. The first one is the constant, the settings of the template, the starter kit. You have many commands in the original source, of course. When you create a game, you have to copy some files in a folder and customize them. The settings are in uconst file. The scene are managed by the uscene unit from the starter kit. It works with a global, I'll say variable, but it's more a class. To change scene, you have to update the value from current property of the scene class. The values are available in the constant with other settings. Just add the screens you want or remove the screen from the template. In this case, I have a splash screen. The exit and none are needed by the program. A menu, game, game over, and credits. The order of the screen is not important. Each screen, each scene is auto-created. When you create a scene, you have to inherit from the ancestor, here, scene ancestor from the starter kit, and create your file. Let's see the splash screen. When you inherit from the scene ancestor, you have a new class name, of course, and you need to add the factory in the initialization block of the unit with the subscribe to send factory message. When the program needs to show a scene, it broadcasts this message with the name of the scene. Each unit has to register for its class. In my case, the splash screen look for descent type splash screen value, and it creates the class descent splash screen. Each scene is a T-frame, not a form. The ancestor is a frame with nothing on the form. You have 5 methods to override. The translation are done with the translate text virtual method. Override it in your scene. Translate the text you have on screen in this method. You have before first show scene, hide scene, and after last scene to initialize or finalize things for your scene. Before first is called only the first time we show the scene. Show scene is called each time we show a scene. Hide scene is called each time we hide a scene, and after last hide is called in the destroy of a scene instance. The translation are done by the translate text method from the ancestor, but it's empty because I don't have any text in it. The show scene of the ancestor subscribe to the translate text message. The translate text message is broadcast by the translate unit, which is used every time we change the language of the program. In the starter kit, we have a uconfig unit, which manages the settings of the game, the settings and all parameters the user can change. In my case, I have by default the background music on-off, the volume of the background music, sound effect on-off, the volume of sound effects, the activity or not enabling or not virtual controls on screen. The starter kit doesn't do this. It's your task as a developer to add virtual control on your screen. And we have the language chosen by the user of the game. By default is the system operating language. In the template, I have also other elements like buttons, dialog box, and other things will be added with the same behavior with an ancestor which is integrated in the starter kit. The health bar you can see on screens is managed by this unit, and I also have an about box shown on screen if the user press F1 or if we are on Mac, because on Mac we have always a menu for every program, even if it's on full screen. The UI elements manage the interface, user interface, and the moves with the keyboard or the game controller. Go back to splash screen, and before that, the background screen. In this game, I simply added the Dev Days of Summer background as a background image. The scene background is called by the main form on startup. It's shown in the background by default of each scene. You can add other background. The splash screen. It's an empty frame with a layout and a rectangle. The rectangle is used in this sample for a spec progress bar with simply a value, its width, change during 3 seconds in a thread activated in the show screen. When the time is over, the program, the thread, change the current value of the scene and go to the menu. The current scene, hide current scene, the splash screen, try to get the new scene, the menu scene, from a list of scenes. If it find it, it show it. If not, it broadcasts the factory message to auto-create the scene. The menu, subscribe to the factory like any scene, create its instance, change the parent to main form, the application main form, and register the scene in the tscene. The register shows the scene by changing the current value. The scene units don't have to use these other scene units. The files are totally independent from each other. The scene menu has 3 buttons, frame buttons, in a layout centered. I override 2 methods, show scene and before first. The before first change the size of size and settings of the help bar used on every scene. It's a component stored in the main form, but it will move to the data module in the future. Don't use it directly, use thelpbarmanager.current. So the before first show scene is executed only the first time, and after that we have the show. Each time we open the menu, we change the on-click value of each button. I could have done that in the screen directly here. After that, I register the buttons in the UI elements unit by the add control method. And each component, each button, has a top control, right control, bottom control, and left control. It chooses to move the selector with the arrow keys and the gamepad direction pad. The control can be the default control with the focus by default. It's the case for the first button. And we have an escape or the cancel control. In my case, the quit button if it's displayed in the screen. I don't show it on iOS or Android. After that, I fill the help bar with icons from Kenny NL. In my case, I add items here with an icon for the keyboard, an icon for the game controller. If the engine detects a game controller connected, it shows the game controller icons. If not, the keyboard icons are shown. And the add item can add an icon for each or an icon for each and a text. For this screen, I have 3 buttons. The quit button is execute the change of current scene to exit. It's managed in the main form, and the main form do a close from itself. With this subscribe in the after construction of the main form. For the play button, I simply start a new game in the tGameData default GameData class, and I change the current screen to a game scene. For the click on the credit button, I simply change the scene to credit scene. The starter kit has a tGameData class and unit with a class tGameData and a default instance for this class. Of course, you can create your own if you want. The default instance manages the score, level, lives, user pseudo for current player. Of course, if you have a game with 2 or more players, you have to inherit from this class or create more than one instance if you want. The class knows if the game is paused, currently playing or not. It manages the saving of the game as a game data in a file or in a stream. When we use the user interface, we have to start a game or continue a game. Start, clear the data and initialize the default values. Continue game, use the current game data. Pause, stop the game, but don't erase anything. Stop game, stop the game, and erase the is paused property. If you use pause is true. If you use stop is paused, stay at false. In the sample starter kit main menu, you have different values, play, continue, and other things to understand how this works. Go back to the scene menu. We show the 3 buttons and what they do. Now, let's see the credit screen. The credit screen is an empty frame with a show message frame. The show message frame is declared somewhere here with some rectangles and a button, a close button, a text in a vertical scroll box, and the scene credit use this frame with an initialization in show scene. When I initialize it, I affect the button back click to the close button of the show message. I add a control, the close button, to the UI items list, with nothing on top, left, right, bottom, with the focus by default, and as the cancel button. And I add in the help bar only one icon for the close for closing the screen. Of course, I initialize the text of the CAD show message. The show message frame. As I said, it's only a mask with some components and values to personalize. In my case, the show message inherits from dialog box background. Dialog box background is only the background of the dialog box with an array for the buttons and the vertical scroll box. The show message add a text in the vertical scroll box and a close button in the buttons array. Using frames and inheritance is very powerful. The dialog box has nothing as code, it's only a frame with something on screen. The show message has only the change of the close button 8, but it's not really important. So in the credit scene, when I use the show message frame, I resize it and I fill the event and the text. We saw the scene menu as 3 buttons, the show message as a close button. The buttons are frames, in my case. The buttons are a descendant of the TCAD button. The TCAD button is here. It manages the down, up states and the focus. To translate text and have the good buttons on screen, because it's better to have play, credit, quit on the user interface in the form designer than XXX we change in code. Like if I use directly the C button, I created a button for each text in this sample. If I want to translate the text, each button has its own translate text method. We need to translate all text on the screen. The better way is to translate each button text in the button itself. You override the translate text and it's automatic. The translation is raised by the C button and it's do translate text method, which is registered to the translate text message here. Like I did with the scene ancestor. Just to finish with the buttons. The button has a look, a design, and in the code we have is focused, is down, is up, text. All paint are done in the refresh method. And in this case, the paint is showing or hiding layout. We saw the splash screen menu and credit screen. Now we look at the play scene. The scene has a layout for the question and the answers, and a label here. In fact, a T-text, because the T-text is not style, instead of the T-label component. The layout has a grid panel layout for the 2 buttons. The 2 buttons are CAD buttons frames. To draw something, I have a rectangle on the top of the layout and a vertical scroll with the text question like in the show message dialog. In my case, the vertical scroll has no interest. I could have put only the text question in the array because I show it as client, not in top, of other things. For the code, we have a little more than in other scene. The first one, before first show scene, change the size of the label score and lives and text question. I do it only one time because I multiply the current size by 2. Of course, if I call it each time I show the question, it could be a little too big. The show scene is like the others. I show the score and the live number on the screen, so I subscribe to score change and live number change. The game data don't need to know where to show the values. It's broadcast a message, I subscribe to the two message, and I call the refresh score and lives to show the default value of the score and the lives. I add user item on the screen. In that case, I add ghost item, non-visible, to exit the game with escape key on a keyboard, hardware back for Android, or X button for the gamepad. This element is not linked to another visual component. I also have two buttons on the screen, this one and this one, left button, right button in the code. The left button is added to the user interface items list with a button on its right. The right button is added with the button left at its left. So I can move with the gamepad or the keyboard arrows from a button to another. I open the help bar and show the arrow left and D-pad left or arrow right and D-pad right to move the button selected, or to move the focus, in fact. The spacebar or A button from the gamepad to select something and exit when I use escape or X button on the gamepad. I play a sound when showing the screen with the T-sound effect play method and the start game sound effect. I'll show you just after that. When I show the scene, I ask the first question, which fill the text and the button. We'll see that just after the end of the methods. We show the scene, we hide the scene. When we add subscriber to message, we unsubscribe in the hide scene. The questions. When I ask a question, I choose a question in my list. As you see, we have many choices possible and some maths. For example, the first one, the question has text, the answer linked to the button, and the on-click of each button say if it's a good button or the wrong button, good or wrong answer. Of course, you can automate this from a database, get a question from an internet or other source. The question is filled on screen. The buttons are linked to the good event, and we don't have to do anything else in the ask a question. The questions are shown on the screen. The user chooses the left or right button, and you go to good answer or wrong answer. The good answer event change the score from the game data, default game data. The writer of score broadcasts the message. The message associated to the T-score change message is called in this class here, and I only refresh the score and lives. The same thing for the lives. each time the lives or the score in the game data structure is changed, I refresh the text on the screen. So the good answer, I change the score, and I play a sound, and I ask a new question. From the wrong answer, I change the lives number in the game data. If the number of lives is lesser than 1, I stop the game and I change the scene to game over scene. If we still have a lives, I play a song and I ask a new question. It's like we create any classic program in Delphi with events if we want to use the same behavior. The game over screen is simply a show message frame with the close button and the text. It only has the show scene override. Of course, if you have graphical games, arcade or puzzles or other, the code has to be done in the same game. But you can have more than one same game if you want. If you play an arcade game with more than one scene, you have to create only one scene with all universe or a world by scene, for example. You do what you want. For the sounds, you have a sound effect unit in the starter kit, which have to be copied to your folder and customized. Like the scene, I have a sound effect type enum, where you add your song names or the name you want to use in Delphi. And in the code, you have to register the files here. I think I'll change that in the future release, but for now, you copy the file, you add your files in this list. When you need to play a song, you simply use the unit, call tsoundeffect.play, and pass the song, the sound you want to play. And of course, it works for all platforms managed by FireMonkey because I use the media player in the library to play songs. The icons I used in the help bar are drawn by Skia, but not a Skia TSK SVG component, but by a library I created. Get SVG file as bitmap with a good scale and in some case with margins. We call get bitmap from SVG from the unit SVG bitmap manager, where I use a unit which is generated by a program I distribute. This one. It gets all SVG file in folder and generate a unit with the source file of the SVG in the unit as an array of strings. In this case, I use multi-line strings available in Delphi since Delphi 12 attends. So I don't have a SVG file to include in the installer. They are all in the source code. I generate constant linked in the type enumeration. You can access by the way you want. In my case, I create a function with the ID of the image to use. I call the bitmap method of Olf SVG bitmap list, which is a unit I share in the library repository from GitHub, which is an image list, not the component image list, but an image list, a SVG image list with the cache for the bitmaps. We can use the class or directly the function which creates the images or call Skia to create the images and manage potential margins, the background and other things. In the game, we have a folder with the SVG, we generate the unit from the program, and we have only to create this function by copying the existing one in the starter kit. Use the good style, the good tip, copy the code, and add the register SVG image for the array we declared from the folder. Copy, paste, and replace. With this library, we can do many things, even outside games. You can use the Olskia SVG to bitmap with or without a generator of SVG units to show bitmap in your current VCL or FireMonkey applications. Or of course you can use the TSVG image list from ETA, available on GitHub, and on Getit. I think this time I've shown you all the things for this game sample. We can conclude. The online version of the starter kit with the examples in this presentation took around 100 hours of work to show up today at Dev Day of Summers 2024. I hope you'll want to try out this starter kit for developing video games or game engines enabling you to code in Pascal. I look forward to seeing you at Ludumdar 56 from October 4 to 6, 2024, and perhaps at a Delphi Game Jam for Christmas. Resources for this presentation and links to its replay are available on GitHub. The GameWolf FMX Game Starter Kit should be available in a few minutes, and Delphi Game Engine is already available on GitHub. Thanks for watching!
Oh, I had to press buttons myself. Producer Martha has disappeared. Thank you, Patrick. And the good news is Patrick is live in the studio. Salut, Patrick. Ça va?
Hello!
With, as he said yesterday, was it an accent légendaire? Was that correct? Yes, his legendary accent.
With this presentation, I registered this presentation 2 times, and I think a third time could be a better thing. It was hard to register this one.
Well, hey, you know, I mean, trying to present it in English, well done, because I could read a script in French, but it would sound terrible. So I can speak some French, but you know, it's not so easy. A lot of love for your presentation. A lot of people talking in the chat. Let's just pull up some of the love. Merci. Oh, so you've started a French avalanche now. Everyone's going to start. And Booth also says thumbs up. Yay! That's a universal thing, I think, in most countries. And what was this? Pete Real says, awesome presentation. Yeah, you know what? Good job, Patrick. Good job. People like it. I pinned some of the comments as well that you made. This is nothing to do with you, but he said, Nigel says, it's very difficult to watch when he's working. Give up work. Become a man of leisure. That is the way to do it. And then you can watch Patrick coding all the time. He's got an interesting background as well, game developing today. So, and earlier on, when someone was, I think they joined at 10 a.m. So that was what, 2 hours ago. And they, Olgari said, I'm waiting patiently for Patrick Prematan's presentation. There's a lot of R's there.
No pressure.
So, yeah, it's really good. And, oh, yes. And someone else said this, Einstein 8854, who I believe is French. I could be wrong, but I think he lives in France. and it kind of, I'm not sure what language he was trying to start with. It looked like un lieu instant. I don't know. That was like instant at this moment. Basically, ce moment is the same thing. My eggs have hatched, and I have 10 chicks in my hen house. And he then went on to say, it's a game for Patrick Bremerton with eggs and ducks.
Yes.
So they're thinking ahead about what's going on. That's really good. You were asked as well. Someone's asked about Unity, and I think you said that you don't use Unity. Is that right?
Yes, I only code. Alors, for games, I tried App Game Kit before FireMonkey come out, and since FireMonkey, I only code in Delphi, Delphi, whoa, in Delphi or in JavaScript sometimes, but mostly in Delphi.
Yeah, and I think I've seen a few people do some stuff with Unity, and I know next week we've got Kyriakos from Castle Game Engine. He's coming in as well. He's a very interesting guy as well, Kyriakos. I like Kyriakos. He's a nice guy. Okay, and Pete Royal says, great coverage so far, great presentation so far. Oh, he's waiting for you to make a mistake, I think. But I think it went on to be good. Yeah. Alan M said, is there any documentation for the Delphi game image? And you did answer this, but I'll let you answer that as well, which you were basically saying.
It's a trap.
Exactly.
Documentation is the thing I do when I finish coding and what I code is full functioning. And strangely, it's not my priority, but I have many samples, and it's on my to-do list. But I prefer to make games and use part of them to illustrate the features and cut some video. I published 2 hours ago 10 video for GitHub. On YouTube for the weeks for next week with some samples, and next week in the morning on Twitch I code some games, all games like Snake and Tron and Pac-Man with the engine to have something to show.
Yeah, I've put your if people scan that code, they'll go to your Twitch stream. They should subscribe. Twitch has actually got quite a few coders on there, but you were one of the ones that I noticed coding in Delphi long ago, and I like jumping in on people's streams. I'm like, oh my god, Ian Barker's turned up. I don't know why. It's if I'm going to criticize them or something. Most people do better than I can do, so I'm really not going to say anything bad. But yes, I mean, if you're watching this stream now and you're a Twitch user, or you're thinking about, what is Twitch, go scan that code and go to Patrick's site. Subscribe. If you're an Amazon Prime user, which quite a lot of people are, yes, exactly. Subscribe. And Patrick, I don't know, do you get? There's a certain percentage you get, don't you? If someone...
Well, it's $2 or $3 for each Prime.
Right. So if you're a Prime user, it costs you nothing to go to his Twitch site and subscribe. You get a free subscription. Click on subscribe, and it's not a lot. It's not going to buy a new, airplane with it or something. He's not going to get a luxury house out of it. But why not support someone who's actually coding in Delphi live on Twitch? So if you're an Amazon Prime user, no excuses. Go out and subscribe to his Twitch site, because, people need to encourage people like yourself who are actually putting themselves out there and coding live. It's not easy. I mean, I don't know if anybody else watching has tried it, but it's actually... it takes some certain skills, and you do a very good job, Patrick. It's in French, your stream, but I can tell you, I mean, I understand French, so it's not a problem, but it doesn't matter if they don't understand French. They can see your code. Your code makes sense, because Delphi code is a language that is universal for all of us. So if you see someone speaking Arabic but writing code, it makes sense. If you see someone speaking French and you don't understand French, it will still make sense. It's Delphi code. So go and subscribe to Patrick and use your Prime benefits for some good around the Delphi world. So there you go.
Thanks, Jan.
Hey, no problem.
Just about Twitch, you have 2 months of replays because I'm a Prime member too, and we have 16 days.
Yeah.
16 or 60? 60, huh?
60, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
60 days of replays on each channel. And if you have question, of course, don't ask them in the chat. I reply in French or English if needed.
Yeah, I mean, because you are able to speak English, even if it's not fluent, your first language by choice. Oh yeah, I speak English all the time. It's good, and like I say, it doesn't cost them anything. So just use your Prime subscription, support a fellow Delphi developer if you're out there. Why not? It's crazy not to. Okay, so there were lots of comments and questions. I think you dealt with most of them, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to kick you off and go to another session. But I'm just going to hide this question for a moment and just mention again. We keep every time we have you on, I mention this, but I just want to say once again, we chose Patrick as our Spirit of Delphi award winner. We have one every year, and we haven't got a set date in the year when we pick someone. But this year, 2024, Patrick is our Spirit of Delphi award winner. It was unanimous. The program managers like Marco Cantu and David Millington and Nuno and a few others, they all knew who Patrick was, and were completely, yes, he's the guy. And the reason is that Patrick does so much for the community. He puts out open source libraries, open source games. He demonstrates coding and does Twitch, and he's always in the chat for the webinars, like a hero. So he's a very shy guy, very quiet. But I just want to say thank you again. I've thanked you in person as well, but thank you from all of the community for what you do, because it is really appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, see you again another time. À tout à l'heure. And à bientôt as well. Yeah.
See you in the chat.
Okay. Okay. Thanks a lot, Patrick. See you soon. Okay. So let's see what we've got next, because I do know that producer Martha has been adding captions. Here we go. What we've got. Right. So the next, let me just check I'm not clicking on the wrong schedule. I'm sorry, I'm a bit all over the place because we had a lot of things happening. Yes, I see what we're doing. Okay, so I've got it right. I did mess up. So the next session is by Yuri Bertoldi, and his session is boosting development in Delphi with GitHub Actions. I just need to pull that up because there we go. That one. Oh, hang on. Martha, are you actually in the background clicking that as well? Because I think I just... There you go. Yeah. We have a little bit of an interface in the background for our broadcasting. So this is boosting development in Delphi with GitHub Actions and ChatGPT. I believe Yuri is joining us live as well, but I couldn't swear to that because I haven't actually looked at that particular session. But we will be back in about 40 minutes. See you soon.
Hello everyone, welcome to Delphi Dev Days of Summer. And in this session we will see boosting development in Delphi with GitHub Actions and ChatGPT. About myself, I am John, who is talking here. And in this session I will be just a voice for Yuri Bulhões Bertoldi. There is a senior developer, Delphi developer at Aquasoft. And Yuri also has a bachelor's degree and information systems, and he is postgraduated in game development as well as Golang. Here we have the Yuri GitHub. The link for the GitHub will be at the end of the session as well. And all the links and all the samples that we are showing during the session will be available to you download in this GitHub from Yuri. Okay? So in this session we will see about ChatGPT API, what is and how to integrate with GitHub Actions, how to set up our first action, and important points about actions, and of course a practical sample, and the final considerations. The objectives of this session: to explore intelligent automation possibilities to optimize the workflow in Delphi projects. Okay, so now that we have the possibility to integrate with LLMs or intelligent agents to do at least a small amount of our work, maybe with this automation we can save, we can produce even more. And one of the objectives of this session is try to use this new possibility that we have in our daily life working Delphi projects, okay? And to understand the integration of GitHub Actions and ChatGPT, and mention the facilitating Delphi development. What to expect? Well, the main idea behind the session was we trying to create our own tags in our source code, okay? And our own tags will be interpreted by our action at GitHub, and these tags will make the LLM that we choose. In this case, can be ChatGPT, for instance, and these tags will be sent to the LLM, and LLM will generate some work for us based on the tag that we choose. So, for this sample here, I want to generate tests over the methods authenticate user. So I just put the text test uh, over the method that I wanted LLM interpret, and after that, the source code from my repository in GitHub will have the original function and the unit test generated by LLM or ChatGPT or any other LLM that we choose to use. Okay, so we have other tags, and this tags is not a common default or a pattern. Is just a thing that we generate for this session, and only to show you the ability of use this kind of GitHub Actions. Okay, you can use this the same pattern using by tags, or you can use any other kind of pattern to instruct the LLM to generate the source or execute the task for you. Okay, so ChatGPT API. OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, provides an API. We can access that API in a very simple way. You must have a paid account, and you can go to your account and generate a secret key. And with that secret key as a token barrier, you can access your account of ChatGPT with API call. Okay, the method is very simple. Just execute a post method, and you will be able to process and return the information for you. And for any other information, any other kind of function that you can generate at ChatGPT API, there is this documentation of OpenAI itself, okay? And what is a GitHub Action? GitHub Action is an automation workflow platform for CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous delivery, provided by GitHub. It allows developers to automate various tasks and processes with their repositories, providing an easy way to create, share, and deploy custom workflows. So we can generate our own actions in our own repository. That actions can be over only one branch, over only one main structure of folders. We can choose over what kind of GitHub file that action will be applied, and inside that action we can code. Of course, it's not a Delphi script; it's a YAML file, but it's very simple for us to create once that GitHub action will not have any business logic and nothing so complex in source code details. Okay, the action will be usually just a link between the what we want to do with that source code, with that action, and the call to the API that will provide that function for the action. Okay, so it's very simple to create. You can create by yourself in your own account of GitHub. Only go here in actions, and they even put some sample actions here, so you can choose one of those or generate a empty action and go from there. And how does the action work? Well, when we realize the push in our GitHub folder, the push will trigger the workflow and run our action. And after the action executes, the result of the action can be published, or the action can fail and the publishing can be aborted. Okay, so we can go back to the stage before, after we uh, started to run the action. Okay, so we have this option inside the action to go or to the normal flow of the workflow, or generate a fail path. And how to create an action? Well, like I show you, you can go to your GitHub account, click here in actions, and after that you can generate. There are several ready-made templates, but for this sample we start with a empty one, and this is the YAML file like I told you before, and we have to put the idea that we have inside this email file. Okay, so in this case what we do is only over push and pull requests. We run a simple script, write it in Go, to search for the token that we previously informed in the source code, and after that the Go script takes the source from the push request and send to the API of ChatGPT with the command that we specify over the tag from the source. So in nature of source code is a very simple source code. It's not very complex, but in nature of what is this is a very complex understanding, a very complex and a very impactful thing that we does in our usually day-to-day workflow. And some important points about actions. We must be careful to not put any API secret, any username or login in inside of the action, because other users of our repository can have access to that. So to keep the secret of this kind of sensitive information, we can use variables from GitHub, and all this kind of information can be provided for the secrets variables, and in the action we just use that secrets, and anyone can see the call of the environment variables inside of the script, but no one will be able to see what was the real keyword or the real secret key. Okay, and other interesting fact is if you need to perform actions like push or validate a pull request, use GitHub token and set the permission as needed. Using personal tokens can cause errors due to loops. What does this mean? You have to provide a token for a GitHub account when you are validating the action, and if your action execution will generate like a commit or a rollback, and if you use your own token, GitHub can understand that you are calling again the method to trigger the action, and after that you can have a loop. Okay, so your workflow will be ended up in errors. To avoid that, you can use the GitHub token to do that commit, that rollback when you need it, that revert, and so the GitHub token will be ignored and will not launch the GitHub action, and you will know that if your action was working, everything will work fine. Okay, so be careful with this point when you are using only for actions that want to do this kind of operation. Okay, push or pull or ended up in a commit or creating a branch or reverting a source code. And if you have doubts when setting up YAML file, check the various possibilities at GitHub Actions documentation. The documentation is very large. There are many samples already implemented. Okay, of course this one was not implemented yet, but also all these source code are available on Yuri GitHub, and maybe the idea that you have can already has some template almost completing the GitHub documentation. So if you have another idea different from this one that we are showing here, you can go check the GitHub documentation, maybe will be helpful for you. Okay, and let's move to a functional implementation sample. We made a short video here, and I will play it and stop it when we have to explain something. So this is the GitHub of the Yuri. Okay, and this repository here is the repository with the action enable. This commit here is the last commit from the repository, and these are the actions of the GitHub of the actions of the Yuri. So in the source code, Yuri will generate these simple tags here, and the meaning of these tags that we invented is to generate the documentation about this method that we embraces in the tags. Okay, so again, it's not a pattern, it's not a default way to do it. It's only the way that we figure it out to use in our projects, because sometimes we don't want that the LLM generate documentation for all the file. We don't want that. We don't need that for that moment. We only need that some specific method must be documented, or some specific runtime must be documented, and we can reach that with these simple tags here. Okay, of course we can just paste it, just copy this routine, go to ChatGPT or other LLM, paste the source there, ask for a documentation, again copy the documentation from there and paste here, and after that we can do the commit. We agree with you, we can do this away too, but notice that is only a handful task, is only not thinking operational, is an operational task, and with this use we save a lot of time, considering that many projects that has many developers working together have to deal with many source code with many different projects at the same day or same week. You can save a lot of time using a technique like this. Okay, so you will compile the project here. Nothing has changed in the project because it's just a comment. And after that, Yuri will make the commit. So you will send the changes to the repository. And after the commit, Yuri will do the push request. And in this moment, the action will start running in the GitHub server. So when we go to the GitHub of the Yuri and refresh, we will see that change the committed, but the color of the commit was not green. And here we can see the action running, status in progress, and we can even see inside of the action which step of the action are running. Okay, after that everything goes well. Action resulted in a green status, and when we see from the GitHub page, we can see in the source code that here the source code already has the documentation that we want that the LLM generate for us. And of course, in this case, the documentation generates the source in Portuguese because we instructed the LLM to generate that way. But you can use any language, any uh, idiom that your LLM can support or that you need that the LLM generate. Okay. And after that, we just go to the local source code and fetch the changes from the origin. And after fetching, the changes from documentation now is available in our own ID. So of course, it's not a very complex documentation, it's not a very complex method that we choose to generate documentation, but we already are using this kind of tags in many projects, and in many cases the time saved from the use of the LLMs to do this kind of operation is very considerable. Of course, sometimes we need human revision, we need that a human must read what the LLM write and see if everything is right, but we save much more time that asking to the developer writing the documentation or the unit test or any. I will show you at the end of this session a list of the functions that we use today. And with all of this use, you can save a lot of time of development. Okay, so once again, the project is still running, nothing was broken, everything works fine, even after the execution of the action. So, what are the possibilities? As I told you before, we can use for documentation, we can use for unit test. Here we have other case that we use a lot. There was for security, and sometimes when we have a very restricted or very sensitive routine, or a routine that a more junior level developer must implement or do some maintenance, we can use the security flag. So we ask the LLM to validate the security of the source code provided. And like in this case, the security was very low because the username and the password was hard coded, and even the username and the password are the same word as user and password. And for these cases, the LLM usually work very well. Other point that LLMs identify as security was possibility of SQL injections that some of our developers have left open in our API servers, or even at the web pages that we work in. So we use that flag to monitor that kind of application as well. And in this case, the ChatGPT generates the instruction for the user for the developer to change, to not use the hard-coded username and password. And of course, we can even ask to the LLM to generate a sample with a different approach, more secure approach. And in many cases, the LLM worked just fine. So it's a very good uh, application as well. And just a short data disclaimer here, okay? Because we know not all source code must be sent to LLMs. Many companies has this concern about uh, exposing their knowledge, their source code to uh, LLM providers, and we agree with that, of course. But maybe some part of the code can. So what we are saying that, uh, of course, we have some knowledge, some secrets inside our companies that we don't want to share. We don't want to bring to others. But many of the operations from day to day, from all the sources that we are involved, uh, many of these operations are common to a lot of companies. So we exposing that part of source code will not be necessarily a security trait for us. So think about this, okay? Think about classify what kind of source code you are able to send to LLM that will not break your main core functionality, your main core business rules, okay? But also you can use an LLM to improve your day-to-day code bases, because it's really a great change in time and effort that you will experience if you use this kind of automation or even the integration with some LLMs, okay? So consider that the classification of what you can send and what you cannot. Um, there are local and offline LLMs. So even if you don't want the main LLMs that we show here, the OpenAI is online, okay, but you have some offline options that you can maybe run without accessing the API. And in the case of GitHub Action, well, you can change only the event. You can put the event inside your own server, and GitHub Action can call your own server instead of the OpenAI API. Or you can have the action running local inside of your GitHub uh, client. It's other option. So instead of running on the server, you can run on your local machine or even your local server. But for that, you must set up a local Git server, okay? And in that server, you will be able to generate the actions or the events for the Git, and that will work very fine as well. And if you have in that server a local LLM, that LLM will be able to access your source code without sending any source code to any part, okay? And other option is maybe you are already trust some large platforms. Let's see, like all my source code are hosted on Google. Like all my projects we use Google Cloud, and all the source code that we have are on GitHub of Google. The Git of Google, no, it's not GitHub. It's the Google version of Git. And if we are already has all our platforms inside Google, using Gemini will be just the same, because many of the cloud providers has their own uh, LLM tool. So maybe if you don't trust OpenAI LLM, ChatGPT, but if you already trust Google, you can use Gemini or use from the Amazon. Amazon has agreement with cloud, but has other providers as well. So maybe you don't have to change anything. You can go just for the platform that you already trust, that you already use, to use their LLM and not having any special any trouble in the future. Okay, and you can choose which LLM you can choose ChatGPT as this sample that we show here. You can choose Cloud, you can choose Gemini, or even local Llama, and all these LLMs works very fine for this kind of sample. All these LLMs has APIs instead of Llama that runs locally, but they are very simple to consume and use. So it's only up to you to choose what of these are best fit for your needs. And from the results side, we will not compare like do a benchmark of which one of these LLMs perform better for us in our test or in our environment, okay? Because for many situations, these LLMs, each LLM has their own advantages, right? So Gemini has the large context window, so for the projects that we can choose LLMs and we have very large amounts of code, we usually prefer Gemini because of the context window that Gemini provides. Cloud is very good for interpretation, so every time that we are more confronted about business rules or technical deep technical rules that the source code must provide, Cloud was performed very well. And for all the other things, ChatGPT always fit any other need. So this was our main experience using these LLMs, okay? And many things we can apply this knowledge, like I told you before. For this sample, the tags that we use and we already are using our documentation, okay? Search for bugs when we have a very sensitive routine, and we must ensure that that routine will not generate bugs in production site. We body tag search for bug, unitary tests for the LLM generates simple unitary tests for us, security breaches, like I told you before, the the case where we use for verification, and last but not least, validate business logics. Uh, this tag we use when the runtime is very complex, and we think that maybe we are giving some rules without being covered by the source code. So we use this tag here to validate that we uh, covered all the business logic that was asked for us to validate in source code. But again, only the business logic that we talking to our customer or clients, we see that are not sensitive enough and can be put over a LLM to be processed and interpreted, okay? And final considerations, uh, en- enhanced efficiency in development. The integration of GitHub Actions with ChatGPT opens endless possibilities and optimize Delphi development. The limit is only your creativity. So think about this possibility. Again, you are not uh, obligated to use an LLM. You can just do other kind of verifications on your source code from the GitHub Action. You can also use that. But with an LLM, we really reach another point, a point that 2 or 3 years ago we are not able to do. And remember also that this does not overcome or suppress the use of SonarQube or any other workflow tool that search for code smells, for duplicate source code. No, these actions here only works for these tokens that we are talking in this session, okay? LLMs usually are not performing very well to search in large amount of code, searching for duplicated line of code. They don't do that very well, and also with many re resend of your source code will be much more costful for you, because if you want to ChatGPT every time that you commit a source code, verify that this new this new piece of code that you wrote was duplicated, the ChatGPT must access all your source code to do that search, and this can be very expensive for you. So we uh, don't incentivate you to let it go SonarQube or any other verification tool that you already has on your workflow, okay? This is just a new opportunity that we have to even do more things autonomously during the development process. So very thank you. here are the Yuri contacts, and of course the Yuri GitHub, where you can see the action, you can see the source code of the project that I showed you here. You can see the source code of the Go script that we write to access the GPT API, and also the Yuri contact if you want to ask him something. And maybe we are here now for the Q&A. So really thank you. Have a nice day.
Hello, I am back. I've been chatting in the chat window to Yuri, and with him he's brought Dion Mai as well. There's a reason for that, because Yuri understands some English and can speak English. He can speak many more things and understand many more things than I can understand in Brazilian Portuguese. So, Yuri, you're better than me, okay? Right, so what we'll do, we'll turn on, it says, there you go, turn you both on so that you disappear, and then do this. We're ready to go. Bom dia, guys. I hope you're doing well. See, I learned some Portuguese. Aren't you proud of me? Yuri, we're going to get Dion to do some translation for you. Because I know I speak quickly, and a lot of what I say is crazy. So, yeah, it's good. Thank you so much for your presentation, guys. I saved some comments because there were some really great comments. Let me see where. So this is from Pete Rios, who actually he's with us all the time. Great content. And thanks. He's very happy with what you showed. For those of you that are watching that didn't realize, Yuri did the content, that's right. And then Dion did the voiceover. So it was actually Dion's voice, but Yuri's content. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yuri know all about actions. I only do the translation for him.
So you took the glory.
But I didn't put my picture on that. It's your picture.
Oh, well, there you go. So, okay. And another guy, Paul Jackson, said, very, very good information. Thank you. So I think it was a great presentation. I had some questions as well. So let me just see. You already answered them in the chat, but we're going to ask them again. So I asked, with GitHub Actions, is it possible to get the GitHub Actions to run a build? You know, will it run a build?
We never did it. Maybe it's possible, but the problem is that GitHub Actions does not have a Windows environment. So maybe you can trigger a build in another machine.
Yeah.
But we never used Actions for that. We use more Jenkins or other CI/CD environments to do the build. Actions we use more for static actions on our code, or like you said, deploy, but never for Delphi build. But maybe it's a possible solution.
Yeah, I thought you made some good points in your video as well about trusting the LLM, the large language model, that you want to make sure that if you're giving it your source code, that you trust it not to take that source code and use it to train. We mentioned this with someone else the other day with ChatGPT. It's one of the things that Embarcadero thinks about to do with AI, because I'm sure it applies to medical people and, you know, police forces and things like that, that they don't want their data to be used to train a large language model, an AI, which then reuses that information accidentally and gives away some secrets. And of course, for developers, the source code is the biggest secret, because it's it's like I don't know whether you have Kentucky Fried Chicken in Brazil, but
Yes.
yeah, okay. So in the US, it says a secret blend of herbs and spices, or Coca-Cola, a secret recipe, and the source code is the secret recipe for your program. So if you're an open source developer, great, everybody gets to see it and it's fine. But if you're closed source, then someone else seeing it, and that's a worry for AI. So I think the answer was, yeah, be careful how you trust things. I also asked if you were able to talk to things like Docker containers from the GitHub Actions. I don't know
Yes.
whether you want to ask Yuri that question in Portuguese, and then maybe he can give you an answer and you can translate.
Yes. Yuri, ele está pedindo se dá para usar Docker.
Sim, sim. Com Docker, ele é possível usar assim, não colocamos no exemplo, até por questões de tempo, tá? Porém, já existe ferramentas, inclusive no GitHub, só não vou lembrar o repositório agora de cabeça, que já compila ali com o Docker, aí você sobe na Action lá e comunica já sem problema nenhum, tá? Só não fiz o teste, mas existe já essa ferramenta pronta já no GitHub.
He says that it's already built on GitHub, the solution to integrate with Docker. So yes, we can use it with Docker. And he says in his repository, we don't have the sample, but is a simple thing to do with GitHub Actions.
Right. And can that Docker container be on another host machine, or does it have to be running, within GitHub's environment?
Pegou, Yuri?
I'm asking a question.
O Docker pode estar junto no GitHub ou pode estar remoto?
Pode estar junto. O GitHub Actions, basicamente, ele sobe uma máquina virtual. Então, você consegue dar o build ali também no Docker, instalar ele em linha de comando sem problema nenhum.
He says that GitHub runs a virtual machine to execute the action. So the Docker can be locally or even in a remote machine.
Oh, okay, good. Yes, because I think some people will want to have a Docker container that has a Windows Docker, and that's where the problem always crops up. That it's actually not really, its native environment. But if GitHub Actions can trigger things in Docker containers, it opens up all sorts of possibilities for CI/CD. And if people are writing Windows apps, they can write their own utilities in Windows apps if that's what they feel comfortable with, and then get the GitHub Actions to trigger things as well. So I think that's very, very interesting. I had some other questions. Yeah. I think what you showed was very interesting, that you can actually put in some comments about security or something like that. I must share my screen for a second because I thought it was quite funny. Let me just go to this one and say share. Because I thought that was hilarious. I don't know whether anybody caught that, but it was like, if username is user and password equals password. I thought that was very, very funny because obviously it's a test example, but yeah, do you know what? I have seen programs that work like that literally test it and then they check the code into a repository and then they wonder how they're hacked, and they're like, you idiot, what did you think? But yeah,
it's hilarious because it's true.
Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? But yeah, I just thought I thought that was funny. I had to take a screenshot of that. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I think everybody was very happy with your presentation. I don't have a lot of other questions. Patrick says no hacker will try those that technique username password. Yeah, Patrick, I think we know better here. I saw someone today had a story where they posted on Twitter that, all of the social security numbers for the United States have been hacked and released. And I thought, that doesn't sound true. And I went there, and it's a JavaScript script and all it does is runs and generates loads of random numbers. But he said to someone, if you see your social security number in there and you want it removed, put in a pull request with your social security number, and I'll remove it. And people have done it. They put a social security number in. They're like, you idiot! What are you doing? It was a joke. And I think he might get sued, but for that, because some people just don't know. It's a joke. It was not a very funny joke, but it was a programmer's joke. That he's like, hey, everybody's social security numbers have been released, and it was just a random number generator. Yes. So there you go. Okay, all right. Well, look, guys, that lots of people saying great job and all the rest of it, and Patrick has said the same thing. Oh, actually, someone has a question here, which is it possible to do this with SVN and ChatGPT?
Yuri, será que dá para usar com SVN?
Subversion, yeah.
Até daria, porém você teria que fazer alguma programação ali para, no momento do push ou commit ali, você comunicar com o ChatGPT. Automático, o SVN eu não conheço nenhum recurso que já dispare uma action, uma ação ali que faça isso para você de forma automática. Você teria que procurar algum recurso ali do próprio SVN ou, de fato, programar um ali.
He says that natively he never have seen anything like that in SVN, because GitHub has the build concept of the action, and SVN does not have that. So maybe you have to do all manually. You have to build your own hook to execute the action, and in GitHub Actions we have all that already set. We just have to go do the type codes.
Yeah, I think sometimes people don't realize how powerful GitHub is, because, for example, and I'm sure you're not aware of this, because why would you know about it? But he's another Brazilian developer, actually. He works on it. Lucas, I think Lucas Bello. Yeah, he works on some of the Python things and a few other things as well. And actually, he uses GitHub Actions and some of the secrets. You can set secrets on GitHub repositories to trigger things. And we work together. It's one of the projects I actually manage. And he uses some of the features of GitHub to push changes out to the PyPy repositories as well. So it actually, triggers some things. My dog is being annoying. Go, be free.
He likes me,
Yeah, he's usually very good. He just lies on the floor, but it's been a long week. So, but yeah, I mean, he puts things out to the PyPy repository, and obviously there's a lot of shared secrets. You have to have tokens and things like that, which you don't want the world to see. And GitHub supports all of that infrastructure behind the scenes for these tokens and that, so that you never accidentally check in a script with all the passwords in. So I personally am a very big fan of GitHub. I pay for a pro account and have done for years, because I use it for all my own work, my own development work. I don't use GitHub Actions, I think, personally, because I have some scripts that do things on my servers and do it that way. But the old style. but it has come up before that GitHub Actions would be able to trigger things, and I think Yuri did an excellent job of showing how that works, and you did a great job narrating as well. But really, really good session, and lots of people liked it as well. And we get a certain amount of people live, hundreds live. We're going out to 11 different sources, so multiple YouTube channels, multiple LinkedIn and X or Twitter live, Meta live, so Facebook, Instagram live. I know Brazilians seem to love Instagram, and you guys always seem to be on it. Right now, my face is all over Instagram because I'm going to Sao Paulo in September, and they're promoting that very heavily now. So, is Yuri going to Sao Paulo, or is not going?
Esse ano tu não vai para São Paulo, né, Yuri?
Não, esse ano não, até por causa da minha filha.
Oh, I can tell.
He has a small daughter. He's a new father.
Oh,
He became father this year.
congratulations. Yeah.
Because of that, this year he's not going. Last year he was. Probably next year he will be there with his daughter.
Yes, like this. Yeah, with a tattoo that says Delphi. Yeah. yeah, exactly. Well, I'm sorry I won't see you, Yuri, but I'll pass on messages to your colleagues, because I know lots of Microsoft people will be turning up. And that, for those of you that are watching, if you are Brazilian, September the 5th is the Brazilian Embarcadero conference. Lots of people there, has several hundred people turn up, lots of speakers. I'm doing the keynote. I think my keynote, I can't remember what it is in Portuguese, but it's something like why Brazil will be the next Silicon Valley. I think that's what the title of my talk is. And I really think that could be true. And I'm going to explain why in my talk, but I'm going to show some new things as well and secret stuff that's happening. So, you got to, if you're going to have someone from Embarcadero US there, we need to give you some secrets, right? So
Great.
it'll be good. But well, look, thanks a lot, guys. I'm just going to make sure there aren't any more questions. Actually, there are some questions. Okay, so first of all, let's just show this, because this is the Embarcadero conference in Brazil, where you guys, at least Dion will be, and we'll send our wishes from there to Sao Paulo. But if you're Brazilian, go to that and register. It's definitely worth going. One of the questions we got asked, now again, Dion, I'll allow you to translate that, although you can answer if you want. Is it safe to expose your code to ChatGPT and that ChatGPT does not disclose it to others? That's a good question.
Então, Yuri, eles estão pedindo se acha seguro expor o fonte ao ChatGPT, e se tu acha que o ChatGPT não vai expor o teu fonte para outros.
Questão de segurança, tá? Eu acredito que seguro, o ChatGPT ele vai utilizar o seu fonte para produzir mais fontes. E possivelmente ele pode pegar um trecho de código ali e reproduzir em uma outra solicitação, tá? Porém, qual LLM que hoje de fato seguro é? É uma pergunta interessante, tá? Mas eu acredito que sim, tá? Para a produção do seu código, eu acredito que sim, tá?
He thinks that it's safe because it's like he talked in his session, Ian. When we are putting some code to ChatGPT, we have to assume that code is not a core code of our application. Yuri pointed out, even in a slide in Portuguese and translate, that when you use it for like a crude, more simple rules of your code, maybe will not be a problem, that maybe ChatGPT will learn something from the code that you are exposing to it. But of course, we will never sure that they will not learn something from the code that you put in there. So I think is more on us, Yuri answer now, is more on us to classify what source we are going to expose to it and what we are keep away from ChatGPT.
Yeah, I mean, that implies that you need to categorize your units in your code and say, this unit, we never want to give it to ChatGPT because it's got some stuff in it that we just don't know what will happen if we give it to the AI, and therefore it's better not to do it. So, yeah, I mean, there have been people complain because the earlier versions of ChatGPT, like 3, I think, would actually, if you asked it a question, it would sometimes put code in, and there would be copyright messages in the comments, which obviously showed that it was being trained on code that was believed to be copyrighted. and I think that I know if you submit code on GitHub to a public repository, some of it puts in this Arctic vault, they call it, or something. It gives you a little badge to say, oh, your code. I suspect, and I can't prove this, but I think that is then used to train the large language models. Now, I don't mind, and I'm absolutely fine with that, because if it's public code, it's public. But I think I would mind if it took private repositories, of which I have hundreds, and then trained itself on my private repositories. It's like when I teach people coding, when I do any of the sessions, if I show code during the session, it's fine. If they go ahead and copy it, that's kind of the point, and if I put it into a repository and it's public, an open source, then the point is that it's public and I'm expecting you to learn from it. And maybe, I'd be annoyed if they took the code exactly and said they wrote it, but if they learned from it and took some of the ideas, that's how I learned. I've been a developer for 40 years. When I started coding, nobody was teaching coding. There was no computer science. It just didn't exist. And now, of course, it does exist, and there are formal methods of teaching. But I learned by seeing other people write code. So why would you not get an AI to learn how to code as well? So I certainly get that. But yeah, is it safe? It's a judgment that I think that people have to make. By the way, we're overrunning a bit, but that's fine, because the next session, we don't have a session. It's just me doing some stuff live. So it doesn't matter that we're overrunning. It's good that people are obviously interested in what Yuri did. Daniel Paulo, I'm guessing it's Paulo, and possibly Brazilian, because that name looks a little bit Brazilian, but I apologize if he's like French or something. But so very good. I learned a lot today. Thank you and congratulations. So good work, guys. And we saw Ronnie yesterday, I think, and then you said that's not how you pronounce the name. But you said everyone is welcome to Brazil. Well, all I can say is that you guys over there, certainly for Delphi, are amazing. It's not just that there are lots of you, because there are lots and lots and lots of Brazilian developers, but of the ones I know, like Dion and Yuri and all the others, Maiko and a few others out there, you guys are really fantastic coders. What you write is really good code. What you demonstrate is always excellent, and it says a lot about Microsoft. There's their logo, guys. And if you want Delphi, consultants and programmers, you've got these people to go to. Scan that QR code, and it'll go directly to their website for them. But thanks a lot for all of you. They keep saying you'll love it when you go to Brazil, and you'll never want to leave. Well, I don't know about that. But I'm looking forward to seeing you and seeing Sao Paulo in September.
Yeah, like Gustavo says, rockstar here, Ian. You'll see.
Yes, an old one that's had one hit in the 1960s. So that'll be what it is. Yeah. Anyway, well, thanks a lot. Thank you, Yuri, and also Dion for translating, and also for the things you've done. I really appreciate your time. I'm going to go over now to just disappear you both. I'll speak to you soon. And we're now going to do some stuff with me, because we don't actually have anything planned for this particular session. And so we can carry on and do some other things. And of course, in the background, my cockatiel has started whistling. My cockatiel... I'm just going to say thanks to the guys, because they're in the chat. Of you. There you go. I'm saying thank you. So we didn't have a session booked for now, okay? and we've got about 55 minutes to fill. So I thought we'd talk about a few subjects and just generally discuss some topics of interest. I want to show a few projects that I've heard about, and just generally take some questions. If you an Ian live session, are you ready? Prepare to be underwhelmed because I'm not going to do anything too exciting. Yes, and Adel was saying was talking about benefit a lot from ChatGPT because of the disclosure. Yes, because we're just going to talk about. We haven't got a particular topic for this session, so I'm going to do some talking, and I'll take some questions in the chat as well for those of you that are live. And there's a couple of hundred of you. Here's my take on AI in general and ChatGPT. Okay, I am old enough to predate the internet. Okay, and in fact, I'm old. I've been a developer for so long that I actually was a developer before the IBM PC came out. That's how old I am. I'm not that old, but I'm old enough. And I remember, my father used to be a director of ICL, International Computer Limited, and they went on to split up, and they became I can't remember now, but they became another IT company, and they also had a company called Control Data, which was a very, very big company in the 1980s and the early 90s. And so I was always around computers, and I was very lucky. I just knew that's what I wanted to do. I think I've told this story before, and I'll tell it again in another while, but I knew from the age of 14 years old that I wanted to be a software developer. It was what I wanted to do. I have done other things because life becomes difficult. I was forced to live on my own at a very early age and pay for my upkeep, for whatever reason. My parents had some difficulties going on, and not everybody grows up rich and famous. I was quite poor when I was younger, and that's not, I don't want to say that to make anybody feel sorry for me. I'm just saying that everybody's circumstances are different. So I had some other jobs. I worked in grocery stores, and I pushed shopping carts for 6 months because that's how you pay the bills. But I went off and was taught how to code and learned how to code. And then I started working in IT. And I was coding in COBOL because who didn't in those days, and was paid pretty well for it. And then the IBM PC came out, and I remember seeing the first one in the company I worked for at the time. It was a company called Dictaphone, Pitney Bowes as well. And the IBM PC was in the corner. I didn't think much of it, to be honest. It wasn't very powerful, and it had just a single floppy disk. And then they put 2 floppy disks, and then they put a hard disk in that was like 10 megabytes. Oh, wow. And that was a turning point, because when IBM put their massive amounts of money into the IBM PC, they also made it an open architecture that people could copy. It was almost like an open source hardware, a bit like the Raspberry Pi is. And so consequently, lots of people copied. And so I saw Commodore and all the other people copy different types of machine, and there was the grid compass and lots of things like that. So I saw the advent of the IBM PC, and that was a turning point where computers stopped being big room-sized computers, because when I first started out coding, for the first 3 months, we were not even able to touch the keyboard. We didn't type our own code in because it was a big computer, very expensive, time sharing, and computer programs at the time were not trusted to type. I know it sounds stupid now. You think, what? But you didn't. We wrote out our code on a thing called a COBOL coding sheet. And let me see if I can just find what that looks like. I'm not sure if I can, actually. COBOL coding coding sheet. There we go. There's an image of one. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen so you can see what on earth I'm talking about. Entire screen, this one. Share. So this was a COBOL coding sheet. I'm not making this up. This is how people used to code back in the day. And so COBOL is a very structured language. And you had a thing called area A, which is that third column there, and then area B. And this is how COBOL was written back in that time. Yeah, thanks, Haydar. Not really bothered by what you're saying, because the point is I'm trying to make a point here about development and how things change. Now, what used to happen was that you would have to type that code in. Now, I want you to understand that how different these things were when the PC came out, because all of a sudden you were taking the big mainframe computers and people doing this kind of coding sheet, and you were putting computing in the hands of someone who could literally sit there and fiddle with the computer instead of having to go to some kind of mini computer or mainframe. And at that time, it was so expensive, the computing, that actually people used to wear white jackets and stuff like that, or like lab coats, but you could not type the code in yourself. All of a sudden, that changed, and they came out with cheaper dumb terminals, and people could type in the code themselves. And all of the young people like me, as I was at the time, could actually type in that code ourselves. And I could type. I taught myself to type. In fact, my mother was a typist, so I learned to type on a manual typewriter. And that was a change, a big shift in the industry. It meant that people like me could suddenly be developers, and all the older guys who couldn't type were stuffed because they were still doing that COBOL coding sheet that I just showed you. They were writing out that code, and then the coding sheets would go off to someone and they would type those in. The typist would type them in. You get back the error stack, as it was called, and you then correct your coding sheets. Us guys would sit there and type on our keyboards, and we could type the code in. We would submit the job. It wouldn't be instant compilation, but it would come back 20 minutes later because we were directly typing it in. Can you imagine that? How that was? Okay, that was a big difference. And we basically put those people out of a job, the older guys that were still doing COBOL the old way. And us young people basically walked all over that job. It was a moment where the industry changed. And the IBM PC helped that happen, and also cheaper hardware helped that happen. The next time that happened was in the 1990s, when the internet came along, and all of a sudden the ability to send email helped really make the world smaller, because the company I worked at, we could suddenly communicate with people in far off countries, and it was now practical to share code with someone in France or Germany or Spain or whatever. And that helped make the world smaller. And this was another change in the industry. We all know, most of us are now probably young enough to understand what the internet did in terms of changing computing. But it was another moment where the people that understood the internet, understood HTML, and could get to grips with that. And even something as simple as having a modem, a dial-up modem, would make a difference to the way that their job worked. And what is happening now, and once the ADSL, the big super fast broadband internet came along, it made the world a different place. And it also increased the haves and have-nots, because at the time that broadband internet first came out, it was very, very expensive. And in fact, people ran up thousands of dollars or pounds bills on dial-up internet, and then the broadband came out, and it used to be a flat rate. And it helped make the world smaller, but it also increased the gap between those people that could get broadband internet access always on and those who couldn't. And now, to me, right now, the next change that I see is as a guy that's seen these changes around the world, it feels to me like AI has reached that point. You know, PCs got quicker. We had multiple cores on PCs, and that's normal. The graphics cards we have now would make any PC from 25 years ago look like a toy, because they are in comparison. I mean, if any of you have had the misfortune to use, you know, a PC from 15 years ago, you know, it seems like if it runs something like Linux, and it's very, very quick, but running the you know, running a modern version of Windows, forget it. You've got absolutely no chance. When we wrote code early on, it was very important to be very concise and not use any data structures that would use a lot of memory or lots of disk space, because it was expensive. Now it's common to have you know, multiple terabytes drives and storage. I mean, I think if you subscribe to Microsoft 365, you get 1 terabyte of cloud storage for free, or included in the price. This is absolutely insane. And you know, it feels to me like right now we are in that area again where something changed. And actually, interestingly, Knut says about Turbo Pascal 5.5 is a big change. Absolutely, totally agree. You know, even Elon Musk, when he was asked what programming language he preferred, he said Turbo Pascal, which is pretty crazy, really, when you think about it. The world's richest guy, who I know he can code because he's coded all sorts of things, but Turbo Pascal. What happened with Turbo Pascal was that out came the IDE, the Integrated Development Environment, and it changed things, and it changed things in a substantial way. Now, obviously, Embarcadero didn't invent that. Borland invented that, and many of the guys involved in that are either, unfortunately, no longer here, or they work in other companies, or they've retired, because, you know, they did. But we're lucky enough at Embarcadero to have inherited that legacy, because we are the company that kind of evolved from the many purchases, and we still have servers behind the scenes with names that hail from that time, from the days of Borland. And even if you code to codegear.com at the moment, that's a name from the past as well. So we do, you know, we are very proud of that legacy, and the fact that Delphi next year is 30 years and still going. And as much as people say, oh, you know, it's had its day, and also I disagree. And you know, as much as what's his name didn't like the quote war stories, we're not always here for yeah, I mean, this was the comment. Here it is. If you want young people to start using Delphi, stop all these war stories. It makes Delphi seem old and outdated. Disagree. And the reason is that we've just had 5 days of content that do the exact opposite. What we do is we demonstrate that there is a long time, a long history behind the product. But I'm making the point here about AI, not Delphi. I'm making the point that right now, the session we just had included ChatGPT, which is absolutely, you know, cutting edge. It's the thing that's got all the money going into it. And even, you know, Elon Musk was the guy that actually helped found. He invested 150 million. I don't know whether people know this. He invested 150 million in open AI, because he wanted AI to be transparent so that people understand what's happening. Now, in order for us to progress as an IDE in the company with Rad Studio, we would like AI in the IDE. And you saw with Dion and Yuri's session that you can do things with GitHub for GitHub Actions. We also, if you go into the IDE at the moment, and I'm going to hide that comment and share my screen because I'm going to show you Rad Studio. I'm going to turn on my system audio as well, which might be a bad idea, but we'll see what happens. Now, this is on a 1080p screen, okay? So I've zoomed the text up so you can see it a little bit more clearly. But if we go into Get It Package Manager and type in AI, let me just see, I need to have this selected, don't I? There are all sorts of different experts, like a chat GPT wizard, and I probably should have used something a bit less common than AI, because obviously a few other things come up. But even if I say chat GPT, I'm not sure how many that will pull up. Yeah, there you go, there's quite a few. So Google AI and OpenAI and you know, LLM. Let's see if there's any LLM packages. No. Okay, so let's say OpenAI. Does that find anything? Yeah. So the point I'm making here is that at the moment, if you want to incorporate what could be the next best thing into the IDE, you can do it directly from the Get It Package Manager. Okay. And as a company, we're considering the things that Dion and Yuri brought up, which is this source code here that I have in the background is open source, okay? You can download it from my repository. But what if it wasn't? What if it was something to do with how a tank is targeting, you know, civilians or not civilians? What if it was a drone navigation code? What if it was the black box flight recorder for a plane? Now, why is it I mention those? The reason is that Delphi is used in certain tank software. We know that. It is used by the US military, but it's also used by other militaries. We don't know all of them because obviously, you know, if you're a secret military organization, you're probably not going to tell everybody what it is you're using. But we know that at least one manufacturer of black box flight recorders, the thing that's left when the whole plane is disintegrated and there's piles of, you know, twisted metal everywhere and a tragedy surrounding every footstep, there's a flight recorder and it's often dragged out the wreckage, it's beaten up. They take it back to a special laboratory, they extract the flight recorder, and that, from at least one manufacturer, uses Interbase in the background for its robustness and its security, and also, obviously, you know, Delphi and C++ Builder is used in those kind of scenarios as well. So if that code was anything to do with that kind of thing, where it's sensitive, do you really want to include one of these wizards in your IDE? It's your choice. We're not forcing you to have the AI in there, but if you want to have some help from a chat GPT wizard, then it's there for you. And that's the point we're making, that at the moment, we're trying to give you a choice. Now, in the future, obviously, AI is going to become more and more important. And there are things that we are looking at as a company, which I can't discuss at the moment, but if we come up with a way of putting AI into the IDE, we want to make sure that we are taking your views into account. And views like you, the people that are in the chat, even the ones that aren't happy with my war stories, and anybody else. You don't have to like me, you don't have to hate me. But if you've got an opinion about what it is, then you can email me. Let me just make sure I can pull that up. If you've got an opinion about AI and the right way and the wrong way to do these things, then please email me. Okay, my email is on the screen over there, ian.barker@embarcadero.com, because we want to know. You know, we want to make sure that anything that we put into the applications is something that you are comfortable with and makes sense. we don't want to just bolt AI onto IDEs and go, hey, it's AI enabled because it's the next big thing, just like the IBM PC was, just like the abandonment of COBOL coding sheets, just like the internet becoming widely available, just like the invention of broadband internet and ubiquitous internet, and even your mobile phone, which again was a game-changing step. If AI is a game-changing step, then it needs to be managed nicely, and there are toys in the Get It Package Manager. If you're new to RAD Studio, then you might not know what the Get It Package Manager is. What it is if you download that free version of RAD Studio, and I'm going to pull the link up there. This is RAD Studio 12 that I'm showing you at the moment. And if you qualify for the terms and conditions of it, i.e. you're not earning lots and lots of money and you're maybe a student or a startup or something like that, scan that code and it'll take you to the page where you can download RAD Studio for free. And in RAD Studio, if you go in there into the tools menu and then select the Get It Package Manager, this is what comes up. Now, what is the Get It Package Manager? For those of you that don't know, I'm sure plenty of you watching this do know. It is a whole cornucopia of bits and bobs that you can add to your system so that you've got some additional functionality. One of the strengths of RAD Studio is the component-based development. What do we mean by component-based development? You drag and drop things from a little toolbar, a little palette down the side onto your form, which is a visual representation. So you design your apps visually. And that's one of the things that, was an innovation with Delphi when it first came out 30 years ago, is getting the info from AI the same as sharing the code? I do not know. I've got an answer to that, actually. I'll answer that. I think that what's probably going to happen with AI is that it's going to evolve just the same way as the internet stopped using dial-up because it was just not practical and everybody said, hey, we want it to be online. But then rules were put in place for things like privacy, and that's still evolving. In Europe, there are cookies, laws about cookies and privacy and stuff like that. And I wonder if that's going to happen where there are already some moves to actually constrain or make AI safer, play by the rules. Now, if you want to look at AI and say it really is artificial intelligence, then there are rules by which we as individuals in society have to stick by. Most countries have rules about the possession of certain types of drugs. In fact, probably all of them. And so they will say, for example, that headache tablets, to get rid of your headache, available, but you don't allow children to buy them. Most countries say, no, we won't allow certain ages to just go and buy them because, you don't want a 4-year-old child going to a shop, giving over a little bit of money and taking a bunch of headache tablets because they think they're sweets, candy. But also, many countries have rules limiting behavior. So, you can't just go around carrying an axe in the middle of a pop concert, for example, because even though it's perfectly reasonable to have an axe, if you're going to go and chop some wood or do something, like you're a fireman or something, it's not really reasonable to walk into a concert carrying an axe, unless, that's the thing that the concert does. I can't imagine a scenario where, hey, yeah, bring your axe in, you'll be fine. Even in Texas, where we have some very relaxed laws about weapons, it's perfectly legal to walk around carrying a sword or guns, but you can argue the pros and cons of that. But the same is true about AI. I think the legislation will catch up. Governments will catch up with what the developments are currently with AI and put in place some frameworks to say what they can do with things you share. So if I ask a question of AI, what's the best, give me a function written in C++ that calculates the first 100 primes, it's going to give me some code. That's not really sharing my code with AI. But if I go to it and say, here's my document that I've just been sent, which is from my doctor, and it's a great big 32-page document detailing my health history, and I say to it, examine this, summarize what the doctor's written, and tell me if I've got any conditions that are life-threatening as a second opinion, then I've shared, my personal details with the AI, and it would be the same as sharing the code. If I take the AI, give it my code, and say, tell me anywhere where you think I've made some security errors, some unwise choices about security, then I think that's when you start to get some slightly worrying things happen. And as I said, it's for code like I have on the screen, it's not too much of a problem because it's open source. But if it's confidential, you don't want any part of some of those things. If you invent a new way of doing something in software, you don't want someone else asking the question. Let's say you invent a new way of recognizing credit cards are fraudulent. Let's say that you've invented a way of, when someone types in a credit card number, you can instantly work out whether it's a fraudulent number or not. You don't want that code to go to someone when someone types in to ChatGPT, give me some code that will spot a fraudulent credit card number, and it takes your example and gives it back as an answer. Because then you're going to be cross, right? Because if you've invented this really cool way of spotting fraudulent credit card numbers, it's probably worth money to you as a trade secret. So I think if you share that code to something like ChatGPT, and then it pretty much gives that code back to someone asking the question, then you'd be a problem. It'd be like me asking ChatGPT, give me some sample code that recreates Microsoft Word. I mean, that doesn't seem like that's very practically possible, but let's say it did, and it's been trained on the source code for Microsoft Word, and I ask it that question, and it goes, fair enough, that's all right, and it gives me a bunch of source code that lets me copy Microsoft Word exactly without having to do anything, then I think Microsoft would also be very concerned about sharing code and asking questions. So yeah, I don't know is the answer. I'm just talking about it because it's a topic that is relevant. But I think right now, as software developers, we're on that point where AI has stopped being a gimmick. It's stopped being, oh look, it can give me silly answers or give me a cool answer, and it's now become something that's probably not going to go away. And I think the people that are investing money in AI are probably going to end up, some of them are going to go bust. They're going to put millions into something and not come up with anything unique or viable. Other people are going to spend a lot of money on things like, graphics cards, because, NVIDIA graphics cards are very big on being the hardware that's used for large language models at scale. Excuse me. And people are going to do things like invest hundreds of thousands or millions in that, and then somebody comes out with the equivalent of a Raspberry Pi, but it's specially tuned for AI, which I believe NVIDIA have done already. And then all that investment in the very expensive graphic cards at like $500 or $600 each, that investment's useless. Electric cars, there are plenty of companies that have invested in electric cars, And then Tesla came along and basically put a lot of money into it, and actually seemed to have really managed to produce an electric car that is viable. You can go 300 miles in it or something like that, and it goes from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, which is ridiculous. Don't quote me on that. It could be longer or shorter, but I know it's quick. So Elon Musk specializes in industries where there's very little chance of success. And there's a really good biography by Walter Isaacson about Elon Musk. And in there he says, Musk invests, I'm paraphrasing him, but Musk invests in things where people say there is very little chance of success, but there is a chance of success. So Elon looks at big pictures, love him or hate him. He looks at big pictures where he says, I want to try and this is what he says, whether it's true or not, I don't know, but I want to try and save the planet from destruction. Therefore, I'm going to make all cars electric. I'm going to produce a viable electric sports car, which is what he did. And then went off and decided to invest in OpenAI. And now they have full self-driving in Teslas, where you can literally take hands off of the wheel and the car drives itself adequately. Not always, sometimes you need to grab the wheel because something really stupid happened. But, that worked by them sharing millions of frames, quote unquote, of video to the AI. Well, right now, I don't know how much code went into training ChatGPT, but if I was to put money on it, I would bet you that someone is out there choosing a code GPT. They're developing a code GPT. I bet you somewhere somebody's doing that. And what that code GPT will do is suck up every piece of code it can find of every single coding language. And instead of being a chat bot, will be a specialized code bot. I know there are a few out there already, but I'm talking about one where there's a lot of money invested in it because it's too much of a turning point. It is that moment where people stopped using COBOL coding sheets and started typing, and all those people that couldn't type were left behind. And I was promoted, by the way, immediately because of my coding abilities and the fact I could type. Stupid, but true. And it was in the 80s, and things were weird then and very fluid. And then the PC came out, and all of those mainframe people suddenly were struggling for business because a lot of companies, like the company I worked for at the time, bought some PCs and could do things with VisiCalc and Lotus 123 that before they couldn't possibly do on a mainframe without spending millions on the mainframe. And now I think the AI is heading that way as well. So, order to quote what you're saying, I think it is a good question. Yeah. And let's go back to talking about RAD Studio for a moment. So, component-based development, and if there's something you want, then you can go into the Get It package manager and choose it, and that including the AI stuff. But there's all sorts in here, like Ray Konopka's controls. This is a commercial version of RAD Studio. It's not the free one, but it is basically fairly similar to the free one. But if you get a paid version, then you get Ray's controls, which are very, very popular. There's also things like, demos and wizards and CodeSite Express, which is very popular, by the way. And what else is there? Code for Delphi, one of our presenters, has got a wizard as well. So, everything. Themes to make your apps look good, reporting components, trials of reporting components, you name it, it's got it. So it's a very, if you haven't used a recent version of RAD Studio, give it a go. You can go to that link that I've got up there and actually go and get a free trial of the full version. And you'll be able to have a play with it. If you're using something like Delphi 7, then you should probably watch the session that we had earlier in the week where it said stop using Delphi 7. So the reason that I pulled this project up is, first of all, it's open source. How do we do for time? Oh, good, not too bad. But this one is because I am, and I've shown this project before, but I am a bit of a Star Trek fan. And it's no secret. In fact, at the Delphi Summit, I turned up with Jim, also turned up as well, in costume, dressed as a Star Trek character. In fact, I was dressed as Jean-Luc Picard after he'd eaten too many donuts and not exercised on the bridge for a long time. And Jim McKee turned up with a wig and dressed as James T. Kirk. So he was dressed as Shatner, and I was dressed as I can't remember the actor's name. I can't believe it. Oh, Patrick Stewart. So Patrick Stewart. Because we're both into Star Trek, and Jim had a phaser and all the rest of it. But what this is a VCL project, but there is a FMX version as well of a Star Trek computer, and it uses Skier for Delphi. So if you've seen these sessions before, you probably know what this is. But we took Skier for Delphi. We worked with the guys on that project. Pete says, "You go, Captain Picard." I know, right? It's exactly the way it should be. Yeah, engage is the way you say it. But what it is just a fun project. It just shows some of the things you can do with Delphi, but also just generally. So I've turned my system sounds on, so hopefully you can hear the sounds in the background as well. Oh, see, there you go. So I got some free open source sounds for the computer, and it's got some animations and stuff like that. It's very cheesy and very 1970s look and feel, but there's some important things to look in there. For example, if you look across the top here, what you see is some Klingon text, okay? And also some other text here and different fonts here, like Red Alert, all crew to stations, all the rest of it. Now, these fonts are being loaded in dynamically, and they're not installed on my computer. They're actually in files sitting next to the executable, and they're loaded in. The graphics here are Lottie animations, which I think you've probably talked about before. Einstein says, "A Mr. Spock." Yeah, actually, Spock's my favorite, I have to say. But you can see these animations, and you can see the radar sweep. And whilst the radar sweep is working, you can see it goes behind, the heartbeat symbol there that we've got. And you can see that the radar bleep, is going up and down and all the rest of it. Now, what's not obvious about this app is how it's doing all of that, because this is not one animation. These are multiple animations, and the animations are transparent. And that is something that's actually very difficult to do with other types of libraries. And the same with the dynamic font loading. You can load fonts in. It's, using other code, but doing it in Skier is very, very easy to do. This is an SVG here, this graphic. So I haven't enabled this project for sizing, but if you resize this, that symbol would grow and look great at all resolutions. It wouldn't have any jagged edges. There's a nice curve on there, which probably doesn't show up very well on my screen, but that curve is perfect. There's no jagged lines on it or anything. If it was a bitmap or any other form of raster image, raster, R-A-S-T-E-R, not Rastafari, the raster image would have little pixelation around the side there. And the same with some of these fonts as well. Some of the bitmap fonts wouldn't look good. So I could turn the sounds off. So if I do that, well, I think it's this one. Can't remember now. Okay, there's one of these that turns the sound off. But I can also close this as well. So I'm going to show you a couple of little features about what this is. So if you see here, if I go to the section, what's this? He was busy backstage, yeah. On screen, yes. Oh, I love it. You're all a bunch of Star Trek nerds, aren't you? This is fantastic. Marco, hello, Marco. He's a very good streamer himself. He does a lot of good stuff, but far better than I am. So what we've got here is a source for the image. And if I click on there, you can see that's the animation. So I can preview the animation in there. But you'll notice that the only animation that I've got there, which is a Lottie animation, you get it completely for free, it's only got that planet circling around there. Remember the radar sweep that was going in the background? Okay, well, that is not part of this image. Okay, the actual image for the radar sweep is this one. Okay, and again, as you can see, as previewing inside the IDE, it's an animation. It's got this nice little kind of, I don't know what you call it, planetary radar sweep or something like that. And the fact that those check marks are on there shows that the background is transparent. Okay. Ian, do I have the source code of your skier breakout? Yes, I do, Patrick. Yes, I'll show that in a minute. Actually, might not be on here. The breakout game is actually on the Skier Fidelity website in the examples. So anyway, so there you can see there's transparency in there. So what I did was I changed the Z order. So that is whether it's in the foreground or the background, so that the radar sweep would sweep behind the planet image, which has also got a transparent background. So once again, in the preview there, those checked boxes are just showing that the animation has got a transparent background. Now, I did that on the Lottie website, lottiefiles.com. I went in and said, I want that animation that someone else had created. It's a free and open source animation. And I said, I want instead of the background being white, which I think was what the default color was, I actually said, make it transparent. I gave it a alpha layer, which was transparent, and that's how it does it. And the same is true of this animation. There's another animation. Again, completely transparent. So there's no black background on there. I could make that background red or green or yellow or whatever I wanted. And there's another one here. Select that. I'm not sure which one it is actually. Main computer doing it. Have a look. Radar sweep scanning animation. There you go. This is called the structure pane. This exists in later versions of Rad Studio, and this is all the components laid out so that I can go into there and select the component easily, because of all the layers I've got there. It's not actually that easy to click on something on the form designer, so it's easier to do it in the structure pane. And by the way, I'm not using any secret beta versions or anything like that, or any private staff only Embarcadero versions. This is the commercially available version of Rad Studio. If you go to that barcode that I've got up there, I'm circling it, well, I'm pointing to it with my mouse. If you scan that barcode, you can get this for free, and this will work in that version. If you're not using Rad Studio 12 and you qualify for the CE version, you can reproduce this yourself. And this source code is available on the net as well on GitHub, so it's available for free. But you can see there's that animation scanning around. There's my SVG, and it uses a TSK SVG image. And if I can't remember this one. Oh yeah, there you go. If I go down here, is an SVG brush, and I can actually change the color. So if I say, oh, I don't like it that color, I want to have it yellow. Ta-da! And in fact, that's a bad color to choose if people are colorblind, because they might not be able to tell the difference between tomato or tomato, whichever way you pronounce it. But let's choose something horrific. Blue, that's not going to work, is it? We can choose a weird color, so you can't. Oh, I've hit something, the bad key here. Hang on. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, too many windows open at the same time. There you go. Right. So I could choose a really weird custom color. So let's choose that one. Yeah, that looks awful, doesn't it? So yeah, recoloring SVGs on the fly. Personally, I prefer the tomato one. So if I press T, it will go to tomato. Yeah, like that. And I chose that because the other graphics are that color. Again, another animation. These are just shapes, T shapes. So I did that just so that I could show that you can combine one type of graphic control with the Skier Fidelity controls. Now in here, I have a T image, and I'm using that as my canvas for my text. So when the application starts up, I say, have I played Red Alert yet? And the answer is yes, I have not played it yet. And should I play sounds? Yes. Okay. Once the application activates, I do a little bit of a cheat. I could use a flag or field or something like that, but I actually say to it, the first time it becomes active, so that's when the app goes on the screen for the first time. I set that tag again on the form just so that I don't do this twice, because you don't want to keep running the activation code every time the window becomes active. And then I do a thing called space text, and then I trigger a timer, and then I play sound. So let's look at the sound first. That's the easiest. Okay. So on the app, I have somewhere a media player, which I think is off screen somewhere. Yeah. So I have a media player control under there, and I just load in the sound. There are other components and code that I can use to play sound. I've done a FireMonkey version of this, which works on iOS, Android, macOS, Windows. I think it works under Linux. But all I do is I look in a folder a bit down from where my source code is, which I believe is I can't find it at the moment, but I look a couple of folders down for the sounds, and then I load in a sound. So which sound do I play? Well, I've got an array of sounds there, and I'm just picking either a sound that I've said there or a random sound. So by starting off, as I did, beep, engage. I've got a little array there of different types of sound that I can play. Okay. Now, the bit that most people want to see is actually this one, which is the do the space text. Now, what this does is this goes away and it creates a bitmap, okay, and it's guarded in case, something goes wrong, in case the font file I'm trying to read is corrupt or dead or something else. And it looks at the bitmap and creates a specific size. I could create this a scaled size, but I'm actually just doing it on a specific size that I want this app to be at. So it doesn't resize. But if I was resizing the app, then I'd want to actually make sure these values were something calculated. And then I have an lbitmap.skier draw. So I'm calling an anonymous function here, which again, if you're using something like Delphi 7, that's not going to work. But I'm calling an anonymous method actually, and drawing the text. So what I do is I create a paint box. Okay, I clear the background of that bitmap, so it's a completely invisible bitmap. I then loading my Klingon text file, which is let's pull that up actually. So there's my fonts, okay, which should show up. And I load in my Klingon font, okay. And notice I'm doing this every time I draw the text. I could cache this and do it in a different way. Create the typeface at a specific size, create a specific color, and then I paint the style on there. So I fill the back of the text with a certain color. And you can have grad fills on here. I said do it with a non-grad fill text, and then I'm going to choose a random Klingon string. So what is that? That's just a function there that just basically makes a bunch of random characters up, but renders them as Klingon font. So it's just a string of actually English characters, but rendered in Klingon text. So it makes it look like it's Klingon text. I think I often do the same thing. I use a font called LCARS, which is the famous font from Star Trek. And I, again, create a font at a certain size. I am going to use yellow for that color, and yellow is just a constant in my routine there. And I fill the background of the text again with nothing, and then I decide to print, some text out. Not difficult, and I basically repeat exactly that. So a little bit of trickery to do with random strings and stuff like that. And then if the compiler version is late enough, because Skier Fidelity will work with older versions of Rad Studio than 12, but not the oldest versions. If it's greater than a certain version, then it will scale the image as well. What does that look like? Well, we'll just put it up again. It's over on my other screen because the way my screens are laid out. Put my font over. But that's it. That's what that app is doing. So each time you see that text changing, I'm reading the font in from the hard drive and rendering it on the fly. That's how quick Skier is. I could literally render multiple fonts down here and it would take length of time, like milliseconds to do. Extremely powerful. These are just an animation, so I'm not doing anything there. But all of this random text here is generated on the fly. So all of these numbers are the same thing as the Klingon text. I just happen to be using a font that's readable in English. This is the LCARS font that I talked about, the Star Trek font. That's it. Simple as that. But I thought I'd show you that. Let me just click that, because that's a project that I've shown it before, but never really talked about how it works. It is 330 lines long, and that includes, let's see, that includes 113 lines of interface code. So it's actually 200 lines long to do all that nonsense and make it beep and stuff like that. Now, I have got another version that I did that actually does text-to-speech using the Amazon controls that Appercept do. So it actually says, enter Barker, go to the bridge in a computer voice. And that's all text generated, but this version doesn't do that. I pulled that version down because I didn't have time. But I just thought you'd want to see, Rad Studio being used. It's pretty cool. There's lots of things that people don't know that it's got in the background. There's like REST debugger, which is extremely popular. If you've got a internet service and you want to do some REST debugging and things like that, you can make calls to your internet service, and it'll come back with the details in here. And then once everything's working, you can click on copy components, and it will generate all the components and put them in your app for you. So it's amazing, works everything out for you, and that many other things, lots of different types of components and tools and tricks and stuff like that. Very, very good. Okay, all right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and we will return back. So where are we with the questions? Let's have a look. So I think I answered all of them. Ian, do you have the source code of your Skier breaker? Yes. Okay. So that is at, well, I guess I'm going to share my screen again for this, really. That is actually at, hold on just one second. That is at the skierfordelphi.org site. If you go there and then go to GitHub, and then go to samples, and I'm not sure which one it is. One of these samples, I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. If you go to that URL there that you see at the top, Skier for Delphi, and then go to the samples. So Skier for Delphi samples webinar dash game FMX. That is the breakout game that Patrick's asking about in there. So I'm just going to do it there. We called it brick breaking or something like that, just in case we didn't want to get sued, but that's what it does. Skier for Delphi guys are really absolutely amazing. I mean, they are really quite stunning developers, and they do some pretty amazing things as well. So, okay, all right. So let's get rid of that, and we will go to my schedule. What have we got coming up? Oh, okay, perfectly on time as well. That was good. Not bad for a completely ad hoc live presentation. So the next session is by Juan Castillo, and it is called Adding Logging to Your Application in 5 Minutes. And I'm going to add that. Oh, I think it looks like Martha's in the background now, so I'm just going to see if she's going to drive things in the background. Yes, she is. Okay. So I'm going to hide my QR code there, like so. And we will be back in about 50 minutes. I think Juan is joining. Martha says you got a Wi-Fi back. Computers are great when they work. It's just they don't always work. So we are going to have a session now for Juan Castillo, and we'll be back in 50 minutes. I think he's joining us live for the Q&A. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session of the Developer Days of Summer 2024 edition. Today, we will speak about the Jacklog library at an introductory level, and we will learn how to add powerful logging capabilities to our applications in just minutes. My name is Juan Castillo. I am a developer, consultant, and Embarcadero MVP. And today we will start from the basics, like adding the library to our development environment. And we will take a small tour to get familiar with logs, and then we will add logging to a couple of existing applications. So welcome again, and let's start talking about what is a log file. So historically, a log file is an official record of events during the voyage of a ship or an aircraft. In computing, as you can see, log files are an historical record of everything and anything that happens within a system, including events such as transactions, errors, intrusions, and a lot of other things. The data can be stored and transmitted in different ways. And a log record is the information related to an event that took place at a certain time and might have metadata that contextualizes it. Jacklog is a library that allows you to add text logging capabilities to your application in minutes. So let's go to coding. Give me a second just to start the IDE. Okay, here we go. So today we will start from the very beginning. That is, we will add the library to our IDE from the Get It package manager. and it should be enabled for different Delphi versions, and you can ask me to add it to different versions if it didn't appear in your IDE. Okay, so let's go to the get it, and I will search for the library and install it. I agree on the license. And when the install is finished, we will get back to the IDE. So the group of projects for the demos is open in the IDE, and I will just show you a couple of demos first. Um, for example, this basic console is a console program that just runs and produces some log that is, as you can see, is printed in the console itself, but the log also is written to a log file. So we can take a look of this of the contents of this file, and I am using the Ultra Edit, really nice editor to show you the contents of the log file. And as you can see, the editor can show you different colors for the different kind of messages, kind of syntax highlighting. And I have done here a specific highlighter for this file format, so you can enjoy it if you use the Ultra Edit. The file is a plain text file that contains information about the time of the event. This is the thread ID that emitted the event, the log severity, and the message. As you can see, the library supports multi-threading applications, and it supports kind of standard severity levels that, as you will see later, will allow you to apply filters and in, to fine tune the amount of log that your application is producing at any time. So this is the file format that is produced by the library, and I will get back to the IDE. If you allow me, I will show you the code that is producing this log. It's just a series of calls to the log methods of this object, which represents the logs, with some delays to make this appear like a real log that is not produced in a fraction of a second. Now I will show you the VCL desktop demo. I will run it. And just write some log. And as you can see, oh, let me change this. The log is also can be shown in your GUI if you want it. This is not the main use of logging, but you can do it if you want it. And let me make this look better. I will go to the home create and I will change this to something better. So let's run again. And now it looks better in the UI. And as you can see, the same log is also recorded to the file. And in this case, this is we will see later the standard. The log will have the same name as your exe file, but you can of course adjust or change it if you want it. So this is the log for the GUI demo in the text file. So, but the main goal of this presentation is not to showcase the demos, but I want to show you how easy it is to add the logging library to an existing application. So I will open one of the demos that you can download on for RAD Studio. I did it a bit ago in this folder, and I will use first a VCL application. For example, this CRM demo that shows how you can use Delphi and FireDAC to make a nice looking application to manage your customers. So I will run the application. If you are not familiar with the demo, just to show you how it looks. It may be one of your desktop applications, for example. So I will start adding the log library to this project, so we can just write some logs for example, to track the application functionality or errors or whatever. I will tell you that logs are one of the pillars on which application monitoring and observability is built in the industry. And it applies for desktop or mobile application, but it's especially important if you are writing server applications, because the log is one of the main records that you have to observe and monitor your application. And there are lots of other uh, tools, a lot of tooling in the industry that is based on the logs to allow you to monitor the health of your applications. So let's start here. I will do it in the main form. Here in the uses clause, I just will add here the Jacklog Manager unit and the Jacklog Auto unit. This gives you access to the log object, the logging object, and this is the auto configuration that comes with the library that auto configures the logging object to store the log in the disk with the name of your exe file. So it is very easy. From now, we can just write logs for for this application. So I will, for example, take this page control here, and in the onChange event, suppose you want to track what your users do with this component, and I will call the loginfo method, and I will say, for example, and I will and of course I also will, for example, in the form create, also I will say here that the CRM is started, and in the form destroy, so let's run this application again. And I will open the log. It is stored in the program data log library, and I will take this here, so you can say you can see that the log is being written, and I will start so I want to make the editor to pour the change, but I have to enable the option. So it is already here, but you can find the option, and I will change this so the application polls every 1 second to show the change. And now I will enable the polling for this file so we can see in real time, or at most real time, how the log is being written to the file. Okay. And now, for example, the I will add application events component here, and I will, for example, I want to keep track of every exception that goes to the top of the file and record what is happening here. So in this case, I will log an error, and I will say and I will pass the exception object to the library, and to maintain the user informed about this, I will, for example, show the error message to the user, and I'm not sure how to make an exception happen here, so I will simulate an error, for example, in this tab. When the tab is shown, I will this is so if we don't use the variable afterwards, the optimizer can strip the line from the excess. So this is to make sure the line is executed, and I will just run again. Let's back to, oh, okay. Here is the exception. I will change this to the first page. So here we are, and on the marketing, the error course, and this is tracked on our log file now. So as you can see, in matter of a couple of minutes, we added the logging capabilities to the application, and we started to add some log messages to start keeping track of what is going on with this application. And finally, on this application, I will suppose you want to keep track of actions that the users made. For example, I know you, as you see, you can drag and drop leads between the grids, and the status field is changed for that field. So let's take a look. Where is this going? This is in the leads FD table on the data model. So let's locate this. It's here. So I will start tracking this change. So I will, for example, use the update record event to keep track of this. And I will implement, for example, the update core. And I am interested only in if the status change. So I will add this here to the users clause. I will just add the manager unit here. The log auto is not needed here. You can include this once in your project, and the if you want the auto configuration to work, and in every unit that you want to produce logs, you have to add the log manager unit like this. And now, of course, we can start adding, for example, and let me check what is the lead ID. So I will take the ID of the lead, and I will show the old value. I'm making sure that I take the variant as a string, so the format doesn't support variants. I have the old and the new value, and I will quote just to make the syntax highlighter of the editor showcase the values in a different color. Let's try this. Okay, here we are. And I will, for example, take this lead and I will make this to this grid. I will take this to this. So I started to keeping track of this change. Maybe for a real project, it will be better if you show the name of the lead. So I will assume the field name is name. Let's try it. Okay, here we go. So, in a very easy way, you can start keeping track of what is going on with your applications at any time, and of course, your support people will be grateful because it takes some effort to add logs to an application, but once the log is there, is much easier for them to know what is happening on production and on runtime with your applications. So this is the first part. So now I will take you to the library project on GitHub. It's this one. So you can take the library from here if you want to keep track of the changes or whatever. And the wiki section shows some documentation. It is not everything that we can say about this, but it's a good starting point on how you can use the library from the beginner to the advanced level. And I will show you, for example, the severity levels that the library supports. This is inspired on the syslog, which is the kind of standard for the industry, almost for me. So the methods that the library have here, when you are calling the log method, you have these severities that, as I will show you later, of course, this defines what is printed in this column of the log, the severity of the message, but it also allows you to filter your logs on production. So the logging is very important, but it tends to produce a lot of logs, and in some cases you just want to keep track of errors, for example, or some level of log to maintain the logs size manageable. And if something is happening, you can expand these records to allow a full log of everything that is going on the application. But once you are out of the situation that produces it, you can start keeping track only on the errors or some kind of information. So you go back to maintain a manageable amount of log. So there are a lot of more information here, and of course we can't cover everything on this session, but you are invited to read the documentation. And I will get back to the IDE, and I want to show you a different demo from this same folder. And in this case, I will take this HTTP download demo, which shows you how to download a file from the internet in different parts. And I will show you how this works. In the first place, so you click on Start Downloading. Oh, the server is okay. Let me change this to another URL. Let's try. I recently downloaded the Ubuntu, so I will change this. You can change it on runtime, but I will do this so we can repeat and repeat without pasting that address. Okay, here we go. The application starts to download the file on different threads and at the same time. So let's add some logging to this application. As you can see, the application shows some messages to the user, and that's the reason that I picked this demo, because something is printed here, and I want to show you how you can easily change this to use the jacklog library, and this will, as you will see later in this same presentation and in the next presentation, the advanced one, how you can get a lot of power by doing that small change. So as you as we did in the last program, I will add the MGO and auto units to the main form. So this is auto configured, and I will take a look. This is memo one. So let's okay. I will replace this text with a call to the log info. So with this small change, the application started to produce and keep track of what is happening in the file, as we did with the other applications. I will open this file, and I will also activate polling for this file, so we can see in real time what is going on there. And now I will also keep the user informed in the UI of what is happening. And this, if you didn't know that, this is an FMX application, not an VCL one. So I will add, in this case, in the interface section of the unit, uses of the jacklog to FMX memo unit, which is the bridge that allows the log to be printed in the form in this case. And I will use the form create to initialize that, create and initialize that object. Oh, give me a second. I didn't declare the object. I will add it here. So I will name it log2 memo. and I will use this class, and I get back to the form create. I will create this object, and I will say that let's change the name of this component to demo1 to demo log. Let's get back to the create. Oh, oh, that's it. And I will do the reverse thing here in form destroy event. I will free the instance. So let's run again. And now the user gets the same result, but now you can write the log to a file or send it to a remote machine, or there are different standard writers, and I am adding more to the library as time permits and users ask for them. So I will do a couple of more things, and that's maybe the last, because the time is running up. And I will add here, before, this is better here. And I will, no, this is in the main object, sorry. As this is a multi-threaded application, it makes a lot of sense to enable the library to use a separate thread. Even in a single thread application, it helps a lot with the performance of your main thread, but that's an advanced thing. So I will change this, and I noted here that some calls of the library are synchronized with the main thread. That's needed because the original developer of this application was directly writing to the memo, but now you don't need to synchronize these calls. So I'm not sure why they are calling the process message. And here you don't need to synchronize anything. So now this is the performance should be better And the last thing that I will do here is to add a couple of more messages. For example, let's take a look at of what this start download do. This creates a thread and executes this on the secondary thread. And this create a number of different threads. Okay. For example, this thread calls this event. Just let me check if this is a synchronized call. It is not. Okay, it looks nice. So I will add a log message here. Okay, this shows in the UI the speed, but it gets information on the progress of the download. So I'll I will suppose you are keeping track only while debugging this application. We have a thread number here. I am multiplying just to convert it to floating point. I will show everything in kilos. On a production level, of course, you might want to convert this to kilobytes or megabytes or gigabytes, depending on the length. But this is just a showcase. So, okay, let's start the download. And what happens? I'm not sure if this. Okay, let me take a look. This. Okay, run is from within the IDE. I may be making some mistake. I'm not passing the thread number. So this is okay. Here we go. Now. Oh, okay. The messages are getting produced now, but the component is filtering it. I will get back to the form create. The default is to filter the book and messages, but I will change that. to show everything. Okay, here we are. And I will pause everything. And as you can see, we are keeping track of the progress of each thread that is participating in the download process here. So that's everything for today. Thank you for watching this session, and I will hold next session on this same event on the advanced part of the use of the library. So you are invited if you get interested in this, you are invited to that presentation. Thank you for your time, and I will be attending the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Let me just turn my my screen back on again. And Juan is with us live in the studio. Well, this is where we find out if your microphone's working or not, isn't it? You can hear me, right?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you. How are you?
Okay, good. We can hear you. So everything's working. Hooray. In the background, we were talking. We weren't quite sure if everything was going to work, but yeah. I like that demo. I like also Ultra Edit. You were using Ultra Edit as well, which is one of the sponsors of the event. So, what do you think of Ultra Edit? Do you think it's good?
Yeah, it's very nice. And if you remember, I did a syntax highlighter for the log, and it's pretty easy to do it. So I like a lot the Ultra Edit. It's very nice.
Yeah, I'm a fan as well. I use it for SQL, actually, SQL files, but I've promised them I'll learn more about it because it does some things really, really well. And I'm like, wow, I didn't know it did that. We've got a session, I think, next week from Bradley, I think, who's one of the PMs. I think he's actually the product manager for Ultra Edit. So we'll see more about that. So your next session is
I think it's Wednesday.
It's written down as Tuesday, but I think it might be Wednesday. I need to have a chat with producer master, and we'll work out what dates are what, because it's a bit confused at the moment. We had a few issues fitting people in. Can I just right? I want to pull up a couple of comments from people. This is completely unprompted from Delphi en Español, and he said Juan Castillo is very important for the Latin America developer community. He collaborates, so you know, people recognize what you're doing over there, and you know, they obviously appreciate it. And just to make sure that we know that you're good, Daniel Fernando Gonzalez Peña also says that's right. Juan Castillo is a great contributor to our Latin American Delphi community, better known as how would you pronounce that?
In Spanish, I say Hatchwati.
Hatchwati. Okay,
Yeah.
I can almost get that. I should know better. Living in Texas, you know, we have so many. I mean, Texas originally was Tija, so you know, because of the X, and we have you know Oaxaca cheese and all sorts of things like that. So yeah, it's Spanish is kind of very common over my way around in Dallas and around that area. It's great. And Pete Rios liked what you did as well. He said, good job, and very, very pleased. We didn't really get any questions. I think you just kind of covered it so thoroughly. That happens. Sometimes we have long demos, and really there isn't much else to say. You've just pretty much covered it all, so it's good. So your next session is an advanced session, that's right?
on the same component. Yeah, it's not a component; it's a library, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, logging is something that I do a lot, and logging that has good performance, especially multi-threading. You showed the way that it multi-threaded. Is quite important because the kind of stuff that I was working on was a lot of human resources and time and attendance. So there are multiple, cloud-based units coming in to one point,
Yeah.
and it's handled by an app that needs to multi-thread. And of course, if something goes wrong, it's important to know that the logging, is going to work. And so,
Yeah, especially on the server side, but I think that any application can benefit from keep a log of what is happening. But on server side, it is the entry point, I think, to make an application observable and as I said, there are a lot of tooling to process the logs and you can keep track of what is going on your applications based on logs.
Yeah,
Kind of,
it's great. I mean, it seems like you've got quite a lot of fans. So, they all think you're doing a good job. I'm going to put. I didn't create a QR code. Sorry about that. I think Patrick put your website up. So anyway, let me just. There you go. That's the one. So that's where they can get the log manager as well. So it's Huacuate? No. Okay. I'm just going to say Jack Guate. That's your new English version. And it's Jack Log Manager. It's great stuff. You've got quite a few people, star it and things like that as well. So I'm guessing that there are people out there actively using it because they don't star repositories if they're not really interested in it. So we'll push more of that. Yeah. Well, we'll talk more again in the next time you come back as well about what could be done and things like that.
Yeah, sure. And I think the good part is that it's very easy to use, and I think I have seen different software using the library, and I think it works well. Of course, it's very. I am not the person that have to say that, but I like how it performs and how it works. So, and I am very willing to extend the library if users ask for new things on it. So I am very open to it.
Yeah, well, and that's an important thing as well. I think so. I was just making sure that I'd got all the questions that I was asked, and I have. Yeah, that's great. Okay, well, we're probably going to call it a day for today, and then we'll see you again next week with the advanced session, and we'll talk again. And you were saying before, I think my English is okay. I think your English is excellent.
Thank you.
You're very clear, So I take it from me as someone who talks to a lot of people. You're fine. You're good. And carry on with your English.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. Nice to see you.
Okay. All right. Well, speak to you next week. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, well, we have reached the end of day 5, which means we've also reached the end of the week. I'm not going to say good because, and actually, whilst Juan is on, a very interesting project. Thank you, Juan, says that. And Shell says, good morning from the Philippines. Well, good morning and goodbye because we're going now. Sorry about that. Adel says, have a good weekend. And it's what it is. So just to be clear, we are back next week. We start out next week. Let me just see what sessions we've got. We're jiggling our sessions around a bit because we've got all sorts of things. Someone dropped out and then a couple of people added sessions. So we are back here on Monday at the same time as we started today, whatever the time that was for you. That's where we're starting today. So 10 a.m. US Central Time, 3 p.m. 3 p.m. UTC or GMT, and 4 p.m. UK time, and then whatever the time is in your country. Central Europe, I think it's like 6 p.m. or something like that. But anyway, it's 10 a.m. US Central Time. You should get results come up. If you are watching on YouTube, I'm going to sound like an influencer now. If you're watching on YouTube, click on like and click on subscribe if you can. We can't spam you. We won't know it's you that did it. We will know there's more subscribers. But more importantly, you'll get a ping from YouTube to say, hey, they've gone live. And that way you won't miss anything. More importantly, when we put the replays up and we cut the individual sessions up again and put them up on our channel, which is what we're going to do, then you'll get notifications of those as well. So you can't, there's absolutely, won't miss anything, which is quite important. Dashell says they've learned a lot on the dev days. Good. Do you know what? I'm glad. I hope so. I mean, we don't know. I mean, sometimes we're telling people things they already know. But, I've been in the business 40 years, and there isn't a day where I don't learn something still. And I still, and Patrick says we start at 1700 hours or 5 p.m. in Paris and 4 p.m. for the UK, for those that needed to know what time we start on Monday. But anyway, as I was saying, sometimes I might be telling you something you know. But even when I see a session where I know something, I mean, I knew Juan's logging before, I've seen it before. There's always something where you go, oh, I didn't know it did that. And the Ultra Edit editor that he showed, where it's showing the lot, he's got the file open, but it's adding lines to the bottom of the file in real time, is something that Ultra Edit's really good at. And not a lot of people know it does that, because it's not something you really read about until you see it being demonstrated like that. So that was great. Who else? Gary says, enjoying the sessions. Thank you. That's really, really great. Patrick said, good morning to our friend from the Philippines, and said, great weekend. And he also said, very interesting product. Thank you, Juan. And as Richard Dawkins says, there's so many different areas to learn from. Yeah, I mean, we don't want just me sitting here talking nonsense for hours on end. We want people that actually know what they're talking about, and that's what we try and do. And we've tried to mix it up this code camp or dev days by having people from different companies as well. So not just Embarcadero, but also Yellowfin have got a session next week. So do Ultra Edit. Bradley and I think Ben are both coming for an Ultra Edit session where they'll show you some power user stuff to do with Ultra Edit, and show you where to download it and get hold of a copy of that. The Yellowfin stuff is a really good demonstration. I believe we might have a session on RAD server. We've also got a session on HTMX. So if you're into web coding, web development, pop along for that and see some cool stuff with HTMX, because that is the flavor of the month. I was talking about AI being the next big wave, after the PC and coding change and the internet change, and now it's the era of the AI. Well, probably in HTML, things change so rapidly that there's no one era, but HTMX right now is definitely flavor of the month. So you need to come along for that session, because it's very, very interesting. It's going to be given by Antonio, who's a colleague of mine at Embarcadero, extremely talented developer, really, really good, and knows what he's talking about. Ogari says Ogari says 9 p.m. in Nigeria is when it starts. I'm sorry it's so late, everybody. It doesn't matter what time we pick, it's going to be late for somebody and early for others as well. And as Patrick says, like, subscribe, and share. That's the mantra, isn't it? And let's see what Richard says. I think what makes these sessions different from the other products out there is there's so much open source to learn from. And with the CE edition, which I can actually get the QR code up here, go to there, scan the link and download a free copy of RAD Studio 12. If you qualify for the license, it tells you what the qualifications are. They're not that bad. But download that if you've already got a version of Rad Studio. It's an older version. That same link, if you go to the products page and select free trial, you'll get a free trial of Rad Studio 12 as well, which is a very interesting library to use as well. But as Richard says, yeah, it's about learning from the open source, and that is a feature of Delphi. It's not perhaps as much as, say, Python or something, but definitely, there's a lot of open source out there. And as Patrick says, because Patrick is like our demon talker of talks, you'll find dozens of replays of previous presentations on our YouTube channel. Yes, you do. At Embarcadero Tech is our YouTube channel. And if you open up the IDE, look on the welcome page, and towards the right, there is a video, a whole bunch of videos there. And in fact, I can probably do that now and show you what I mean. If you go to the welcome page, let me pull that up. Let's see if I can share my screen for a second, which is this one. So if you look down here, this is the welcome page, and you can get to that by saying view and then welcome page there. Once you get there, apart from the previous projects that you open and the latest things, you get it. Down the side, there's this tab called Learn. Okay. And if you go to the Learn tab, you'll see lots of pictures of my face come up, because I do a lot of videos, but also all the replays from this event will be coming up here as well. And, if you're not sure what to do when you first download a copy of Rad Studio, go into the Learn tab and it will show you how to create a real iOS app, how to create a real Windows app, how to create a real Mac app, how to create a Linux app, how to do apps in the cloud. Absolutely everything you could want. And as Patrick says, go to our website as well, and we'll have something there. Let me get my mouse to the right screen, because I confused myself by doing something crazy there. And Ogari says actually it's 4 p.m. when it starts, not 9 p.m. Okay, well, you know what? Just like and subscribe, and you'll get told. But we will try and get our communications a bit better, because a little bit shady. Well, that is it for this week, and I'm pleased to say I was able to go ahead and get hold of a copy of the Code Monkey video. Yay! We all love the Code Monkey video. Martha and I felt a bit weird when we couldn't play it. Something happened and we accidentally broke the Code Monkey video. Let me just get rid of some stuff off here, remove this source like that, and Juan is still on. I'm sure we'll work that out in a minute. And anyway, we're going to play this. Thanks very much for those of you that stuck out all the way through the week. We start again next week. We've got fewer sessions next week, maybe a couple of live chats with some developers happening next week as well. I've got at least one confirmed and probably two. So you'll see some developers talking about what it is to be a developer and discussing their day and how they got into it and all that kind of stuff. Or war stories, as my friend said. But yeah, it's important to understand the history and why I think something's important or not. But anyway, thank you for joining us. We're going to play out with Code Monkey.
A program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Coulton.
Code Monkey, get up, get coffee. Code Monkey, go to job. Code Monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say Code Monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do Code Monkey think? Code Monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code Monkey not say it out loud. Code Monkey not crazy, just proud. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code Monkey offer buy you soda make you back. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code Monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code Monkey not thinking so straight. Code Monkey not feeling so great. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man. Big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Lots. Code Monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code Monkey just keep on working. See your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code Monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code Monkey just waiting for now. Code Monkey says someday, somehow. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man. Big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or App Method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Colton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you'll find links to download Jonathan Colton's song as well.
Thanks, everyone. See you next week. Bye-bye.